Mr. Bedingfield in the chamber? Sergeant, could you help me find Mr. Bedingfield? Warrant Amendment 66. Mr. Bedingfield is recognized. Mr. Bedingfield.
Not the same one.
Where's the, hand me an amendment. Hand me an amendment. Hand me the amendment. But I had to give it to you. Mr. Smith, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point is this amendment is dilatory, and I'll reference the prior rulings from the chair during previous debate in which there were very minor changes and amendments that have already been voted on and defeated and or clinched. This particular amendment is almost identical to the amendment number 59 that we clinched earlier. It's just been some minor changes, as far as I can tell, to Section 2, which aren't significant enough under the chair's prior rulings to allow this to be considered twice, essentially on the same question.
Mr. Smith, how is Section 2 not an additional section that changes the prior amendment?
In preparing the point of order, it appears, as far as I can tell, the version that I have, there is no significant difference between the two, and unless the author can provide. As you recall in your previous rulings, when we changed either the numbers or events, it was the chair's prior ruling that was in fact dilatory. Yeah. This is essentially the same question. It's the same flag as was considered in 59.
Yeah. I understand.
Was voted down.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Smith, that the ruling that the chair has made on numerous occasions relates to 46 different counties substituting different fines and penalties, amendments where there are a number of amendments just changing a word generally. This adds another paragraph. I'll be heard by anybody. Ms. Cobb Hunter, you can be heard on the issue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following up on Mr. Smith's point, I would remind the chair of our budget discussions, and I think I might have been the subject of one of your rulings where we made efforts on several budget amendments and thought we were being very creative, made changes very similar to what Mr. Bedingfield has done. You ruled at that time that in spite of my creativity, they still were inartfully drawn and not germane. And Mr. Speaker, you know I'm not a lawyer and not even doing a good job of playing one on TV, but I think the concept that you ruled on during that budget debate is very similar to what is before us. Mr. Bedingfield, in his crafting of this amendment, has changed Section 2. What he did is delete, but as Mr. Smith has pointed out, the substantive change is still the same, and it is, while a noble effort, still applies if we are to be consistent. You with me, Mr. Speaker?
I understand. I'm going to hear from Mr. Bedingfield, and I'll hear from others. Mr. Bedingfield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Substantial difference is wrapped up in Section 2, where we can deal with the issue of the other flags on the State House grounds that was brought up earlier related to the Veterans Monument. And there's another section that was in the Amendment 59 that is not even now present in Amendment 66.
Smith, I'll hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what is being attempted to be done here is basically take a provision, a previous amendment which was already voted on and declared outside the scope of the sine die resolution. He's just taking something that has already been by the chair declared to be not within the scope, and he's adding it to a bill that we've already voted on and clinched. So you have both a bill that is clinched and something that's been ruled out of order, and adding something that is out and beyond the scope of sine die to an amendment that has already been clearly clinched does not make it valid to be considered before this body at this time.
All right, but your amendment is dilatory, is it not, Mr. Smith?
Well, it's on multiple grounds.
Excuse me, your motion is dilatory.
It's on multiple grounds. Yes, I would say it's absolutely dilatory. It's also adding a provision that's outside the scope, and it's also voting something twice that's already been voted on and disposed of by this body. On all three bases, it shouldn't be considered this time.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter, I'll hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm in order, if you are about to rule on Mr. Smith's point of order that the amendment is dilatory, I have a separate point of order that I'd like to raise.
Well, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, I'm going to rule on the first point of order first, and as to whether or not the amendment's dilatory, I'm going to overrule Mr. Smith's objection. I don't think it's dilatory. Now, I'll hear other points of order. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your ruling. Mr. Speaker, I would raise a point of order that this amendment, though creatively drawn, is still inartfully drawn as far as the sine die resolution is concerned. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, to the chair that in previous rulings, point of order, as it relates to the sine die resolution and the scope of the sine die resolution, that all of your previous orders, points of order, and your rulings, rather, apply in this instance as well. Mr. Speaker, I think it is dangerous, just a word that comes, not a really good word, but one that comes at this late hour. I'm real concerned about what precedent might be set when we have rules that allow for clinching, and then we have people come back. I mean, the sine die resolution is there for a purpose. It limits what we are able to discuss during the time we come back. And while I appreciate the efforts that Mr. Bedingfield and others have made, I still, Mr. Speaker, believe that this is out of the purview of the sine die resolution. It is talking here about any flag authorized to fly on the grounds. The sine die resolution, as I recall, specifically dealt with the Confederate flag. And as such, while, again, I appreciate Mr. Bedingfield's efforts, I do think that this is still outside of the purview of our sine die resolution, simply because it is adding a section that references any flag, where our sine die resolution talks specifically about the Confederate flag, Mr. Speaker.
In considering that, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, I have to consider the entirety of the amendment. And the entirety of the amendment, with the little section added in, I don't think I can rule that that's outside the scope of the sine die. Now, if there were separate questions before me, then...
May I ask you a question, Mr. Speaker? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Yes,
well, I'm going to overrule that point of order. Did you have another one, Ms. Cobb-Hunter?
Yes, sir, I got a couple of more, but I'm going to yield to my colleague, Mr. Smith, as I read through this once more. There are at least two, perhaps three more points of order that I think are pertinent here. If you would the chair allow me to consult with my attorney, James?
No, ma'am.
Oh, we can't. Well,
I mean, you can consult with him. If there's another point of order, I'll be glad to take it.
May I just say this,
well,
Mr. Speaker?
Smith, Looks like
as he goes to his microphone, I'm not trying to delay, but the reason I want to consult with Mr. Smith is because I'm not an attorney and I really don't know the law, and I want to not waste your time. So I want to make sure, because Mr. Smith is one of the finest attorneys in here, that he could at least direct me toward what my second and third point of order might be.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do, Mr.
Ms.
Speaker.
Cobb-Hunter, I understand exactly what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand it, does the chair have any pending rulings right now?
We do not.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would move to divide the question on this amendment, and I would divide it as follows. The first question being Section 1, which is the previous bill that has been voted on, defeated, and clinched, and Section 2, which is the previous provision which the chair has held to be outside the scope of sine die.
All right, so, Mr. Smith, your motion is whether or not we can divide the question, is that correct?
My motion, it is to divide the question, and it is divided with Section 1 being the first.
Well, first I've got to determine if it's divisible. Would you let me do that?
I understand.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Smith, are you telling me that you wish it to divide? Well, I'll hear from you, Mr. Bedingfield. I've got to find out how he wants to divide the question. Are you telling me that you want to divide the question Section 1 and then the division point be at Section 2?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes. The question of whether or not it's divisible, and I would submit it is very much divisible. These were two separate questions entertained by this body previously. Section 1 would be the first question before the body, which is the question of that flag which was previously voted down, the substitute Confederate flag. That is what's listed in Section 1. Section 2 would be separated as a separate question before the body, because that was the question about all other flags on the grounds, which was previously ruled out of order and out of the scope of sine die, would be a separate question. Question 3 would be Section 3, which is about whether or not to send the bill to, or the flag to the Confederate Relic Room as the final question.
Mr. Bedingfield, I'll hear from you. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that's not divisible, Mr. Speaker. Both sections deal with the flags on the State House grounds. There is no section in this bill related to the Confederate Relic Room. That was stricken.
I want to let Mr. Bedingfield finish with his points. Mr. Bedingfield.
I'm done, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Any additional points on Mr. Bedingfield's behalf anyone wishes to raise? Mr. Smith, your point.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just like to respond. Simply because different sections all deal with flags doesn't mean it's not divisible. You have one that's clearly dealing with one specific flag. The Section 2 is dealing with all flags, and we've considered these questions separately already before this body. They can be divisible under our rules.
Any further argument?
None, sir.
Mr. Bedingfield, I do find that the sections are separate and distinct enough where I can divide the question. The pending question, though, now that I have found that it is in fact divisible between Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, and Section 4, is shall the House vote to divide the question?
Mr. Speaker, move to table the motion to divide the question.
Tabling motion is in order. Mr. Bedingfield moves to table the motion to divide the question. Mr. Smith requests a roll call. The 9 members second his request. 9 do. The pending question is to table the motion to divide the question. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 63 to 53, the House tables the motion to divide the question. So we're back on Amendment 66. Mr. Bedingfield is recognized.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate your indulgence. It's not often we have an opportunity to discuss these types of issues, and I don't envy the opportunity to be here on this particular issue. However, I wanted everybody to have one more opportunity to, as Mr. Pope put it earlier, show some grace. I completely understand that there's a division in the body on this particular issue. I have the greatest respect for both sides. But as a representative of District 28, I feel it an obligation to continue to try to honor veterans. Before you, you have an amendment that deals with taking down the battle flag and putting up the flag that we looked at earlier, the 1st South Carolina Volunteer Infantry Regiment flag. It also addresses the issue of the other flags on the State House grounds that some of us believe are in peril due to the Senate's original bill. I couldn't squarely look any of my fellow Marines or sailors or soldiers, Coast Guard personnel, or anybody else if I didn't take an opportunity to try to ensure that under no stretch of our imagination we took down flags that currently honor them on the State House grounds. This amendment guarantees that no other flags on these grounds are disturbed or removed. Again, I ask you, if you are proud of your South Carolina state flag, you have reason to be proud of the flag that would go up the pole in this particular amendment. The flag that flies on our dome right now has a blue background, a palmetto tree, and a crescent moon. The flag that I am proposing to go on that pole today, which still honors those veterans who fought and died in defense of this state from an over-oppressive federal government, looks exactly the same with a harmless crescent around the palmetto tree. It's certainly understanding that there are people in this chamber and outside this chamber who are offended by the battle flag that was abducted by hate organizations. It is also completely respectful to honor those veterans who died in defense of this state with this regimental flag. We do the same on the other monument. It was created from the 2000 original agreement that nobody thought we would ever mess with. They honor, I honor, 1st South Carolina Regiment. It fought for the Union Army. That flag is on this property. Surely there is goodness and grace enough in this room to be respectful to folks like myself and others who want to continue to honor their heritage. I think sometimes folks begin to look at this issue and they think, how many people can be left who still care to honor that heritage when the war was 150, 200 years ago? Lest we forget that there are families, husbands and wives and children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren of those brave South Carolinians. I dare say that every district that is represented here in this State House today has families that you would want to honor in that way. Some districts probably more than others. I was having a discussion with one of my colleagues earlier that reminded me we're not talking about a white and a black issue. There were many, many African Americans who fought in this same battle and gave their lives honorably in defense of this state against an over-oppressive federal government. This is not a black and a white issue. This is a respect issue. I want all of you to take a moment. Just close your eyes, roll your head back, think about it for a minute. Those who want the flag to come down are getting that. You are getting it with this amendment. I in no way, shape, or form am trying to keep the battle flag up in this particular case. First time I came to the well today, I told you that I've labored over this. It's been a burden to me. I want to find a way to have respect and to honor both sides of this issue. It can be done. It can be done. I know many of you took an opportunity yesterday to go over to the Confederate Relic Room, take a look back into that time and that history. All of you were very respectful. I apologize that I wasn't able to go, but as I told you earlier today, I took the time to go recognize the other side of this issue. And I'm very proud of what I saw there as well. I don't necessarily agree with everything. I know many of you in this chamber don't agree with me on this issue and maybe many others as it relates to my continued fight to push back against an over-oppressive federal government and overspending in this state and a reliance on a federal government whose treasury is crumbling around us. It's happening today right before our very eyes. It is certainly respectful for me to be here to try to continue that fight today, to offer these amendments, try to preserve some aspects while at the same time respecting the indifference that has been created by hate organizations and others to the flag that currently flies on the monument. I have constituents that I talked to just as recently as last night, before my heart got to where it is this moment. I'm not sure many of you in here actually believe that I deliberated on this issue as heavily as I have. This is not too difficult for us to accomplish. The flag in question here today, right now, looks so very much like the flag that's on top of that dome that you can hardly see from the ground. You probably will never notice the difference.
That's first 10, Mr. Bedingfield.
I'll take my second.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker and members, I come to you today to tell you that we have an opportunity before us right now to continue to honor folks who fought for this state and at the same time respect the fact that other flags on our campus here have been co-opted and created turmoil for some folks. I don't think it's too big a stretch to ask to be respected personally and to respect the interested parties who want to preserve their heritage while still being respectful to the happenings of today's time. You know, it's not an easy thing to come stand here in this well and continue to talk about the same issue minute after minute, moment after moment, and have the conversation be relevant to this issue. But I tell you, my colleagues, that respecting veterans who laid down their life to make our state what it is today is no different than respecting the other war memorials on this campus. My brothers in arms who gave their life in Vietnam, World War I, World War II. Guys, let's don't forget that we have an opportunity to do what you want to do and at the same time be respectful and continue to honor and memorialize the history that created who we are today. Were there things about that particular conflict that I'm not proud of? Sure there are. I told you earlier standing here, I don't believe in slavery. I don't believe in bondage. I don't believe any human should be restrained in that way. I wouldn't have believed it then. I don't believe it today. The folks who went before us to fight the struggles against the federal government, over taxation, that fight is still in this chamber today. I've been in this well many times. In attempts to place a check in the way of the federal government from reaching into our lives and directing our path. There is a 10th Amendment. We should honor it. Mr. Speaker, I will take questions.
Mr. Gary Smith recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bedingfield, for taking my question. Mr. Bedingfield, you and I have served together for a while together as desk mates and as suite mates for many of those years, haven't we not?
We have, sir. We
think a lot alike on a lot of issues. And one of the things that we have learned, I think, over the years is that sometimes there's unintended consequences for things that we do here. Wouldn't you agree?
We do, yes, sir.
One of the things that it appears as it has happened with the bill that came over from the Senate is that it may have actually accomplished an unintended consequence. Is that correct?
It is, sir. Yes, sir.
And what you're trying to do here is trying to correct that. Is that not correct?
That is one of the things being done in this amendment. Yes, sir.
One of the things that we have learned is that when you amend a statute, when you amend something like the Heritage Act as being done by the...
Hold on, Ms. Smith, let me get some order. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the courtesy to the speakers. They can't hear. Thank you. Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sergeant, if you can help me restore some order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we have learned, wouldn't you say, is over the years that when you take and amend a statute, such as amending the Heritage Act as being done by this bill, that the courts usually look at what is done last. Is that not correct?
I believe you are correct.
So what was done in 2000 would be superseded by what would be being done now in 2015, correct?
I think so, yes, sir.
So if we were to pass this bill with what is in there now, is there not, in your mind, a provision in there that would require that the other flags on the campus or on the Capitol grounds be taken down?
Mr. Smith, I believe you are correct, and I will tell you that the reason that portion of my amendment is here today is because I am not willing to leave it to a court decision as to whether or not the flags of our armed services and other veteran memorials on this site be left up to a judge to make a decision on.
I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, we get a little order again, please. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. We've been respectful. Let's continue to do so, please. Thank you.
So what you're trying to do here, and I congratulate you for doing that, what you're trying to do here is to make it very clear that what this bill does, it doesn't say we're not taking down the Confederate flag at all, does it?
It does not say that.
What it does
come down.
It does come down under your amendment. What it does do is make it very clear that those other memorials, those other flags will not be bothered. Is that correct?
100% correct, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much for doing that, Mr. Bedingfield. I think this is a very fine amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Riles recognized to be heard on this amendment. Mr. Riles is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I listened to Mr. Bedingfield there were things that I thought about earlier today that I decided not to bring into this. And as I've watched everybody today, I think I made the right decision. I mentioned earlier that, I had an accident earlier this year, and all of you are aware of that. And it was amazing to me how this place became family to me. And all of you were here for me. And when I got back, there wasn't anything that I would ask for that somebody didn't take care of. And I always remember that, and I came to count on you as family and trust all of you in here. And as we were going through this today and I was watching everybody, we talked about this issue as one that was about a flag. And I've heard characterizations that flag was a living, breathing thing, and other things are made of stone. And I think we all recognize those are nothing more than symbols. They're symbolic. And because of that, we as a group decided that it was time for that symbol to be set aside, not fought over, and to honor the people who gave their lives in this conflict between the North and the South in a manner that left some dignity to the process. And going back to this flag that we say looks so much like our state flag today, but does come from that period, seemed like such a reasonable position. So reasonable, there was a lot of infighting in our group about it early on. But everybody felt that we needed to work together and come to a resolution, and we got pretty close on that. And I was thinking about that, and that's what we're trying to do here, is honor those who gave their lives. And in one of the discussions I've had, as we've all had with our constituents, one of them said to me that, it's a sign of hatred and it's got to go away and anything but that, and it's just what it was. And as she was going through that, her comment to me was, it's just time for everybody that was involved to admit they were wrong. I'll just speak up a little bit louder and we'll see how that goes. But time for everybody to admit that they were wrong. And I thought about that, and I was thinking about what we're dealing with today with all of our presidential candidates. And, you know, we're involved overseas in so many areas. We have been in the past. So many of you in here have sacrificed on our behalf, and we all appreciate that. But when you went over there to fight, when you signed up for the services, I'm having a hard time believing that you did it because you thought that everything they were asking you to do was right. I believe what you were doing was serving your country. And so when our presidential candidates get up today and they say, well, we were wrong to get into Iraq, we made mistakes, and if I had to make the call, we wouldn't go. How does that feel to the people that lost families and loved ones over there? Is that something that they can say, well, they were wrong and we lost loved ones and that's okay? It's not okay. The people in charge made mistakes. They're saying they made mistakes, but the people who serve this country didn't make a mistake. They gave of themselves to defend the borders, the country, the beliefs, the background, the history. And if we were ever to be in a situation where we would have to go to them and say, well, you made a mistake when you went to fight for us overseas. You were wrong. We would never be able to survive as a country after that. Because we need people that live here, that raise their families here, to be able to say, I believe in this country and I believe in what we're doing. And if history someday changes that, and in the case we're currently in, it's changing rapidly, and all of a sudden the politicians say we're wrong, does that mean there's something wrong with the people who fought, who sacrificed, who are crippled for the rest of their lives that live here today? Should we change how we recognize them? Should we take these flags down out here for our veterans? Is that where we should be? Or would we be here fighting for our veterans, for those of you in here who fought for us, that those flags mean something? I think I know the answer to that. And so here we are going back in history 150 years saying what they fought for was something they believed in. And there are people in our group that are willing to move off that issue, that symbol of hatred, of racism, of all the things that we heard it was, and say, let's figure out a way to honor these people. They're not here to speak anymore. Our veterans today maybe are, but those people are not. What we have is our family members and people who are up here to represent those family members. And we've tried very hard to say, we're looking for something to respect those people. That's what we're asking for here. We've acknowledged that there's a symbol that has been hijacked and you know, it needs to be placed somewhere else. We don't all agree with that, but we're willing to try to figure out a way to still respect those who fought. And a time-era flag is very, very important because it says to those families, while we may have been wrong, depending on what side of this you were on, somebody was wrong, the individuals who sacrificed were not wrong. They believed in a cause and fought for it. I believe that's why we're all here today. We believe in a cause and we're fighting for it. But are we listening to the other side? When one side moves, it appears as though they're listening. When one side refuses to move on anything, regardless of how amenable it seems to be from the offering person, there's something wrong there. And I don't believe anymore it's about the flag. I think this whole body's started to realize it's never been about the flag. If it was, we have changed course and we're fighting over something else. And I'm here as a servant. And I've heard references to the Bible, and I won't make them. I could go into that. But at the end of the day, I'm going to ask all of you to look inside. Are your actions really reflective of the person you want the Lord to see you to be? Mine will be. Thank you.
Mr. Gambrell is recognized. Mr. Gambrell, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't come here very often, especially seems like on controversial issues. A friend of mine called me on the way into the State House this morning. He said, "What you doing?" I said, "Well, I'll be honest with you, I feel like I'm driving my own funeral." I said, "I don't even have the privilege of going in a hearse." But as most of you know, I try to get along with everybody in this chamber, and I pride myself on that. As you know, we just dealt with budget vetoes earlier in the week. Had 3 or 4, maybe more, friends on the other side of the aisle come to me wanting my help to help override vetoes for projects in their district. I told every one of them, I said, all you got to do is ask. That's what it ought to be like here. And I voted. I voted to help everyone. I think every one of them won. And that's the way I come down here. I don't see R's, I don't see D's, I see people. We're all down here representing the same amount of people. As I've told the freshman class for years, I said, when you come to Columbia, it don't matter if you get elected as an R or a D, you're down here to represent everybody. And I feel strongly about that. But I say that to say this, and I'm speaking to my friends across the aisle and also some of my Republican friends. Some of us need some help in our districts on this issue. We really do. And I'm appealing to your cooperative attitudes to give us some help. Some of us need a lot of help in there. There's a no-win situation on this vote whatsoever. There's no winners and there's going to be no losers. But I guess I'm appealing to the folks that I've tried to help in the 9 years that I've been down here, and I'm telling you up front, probably myself and several other people in this chamber going to need a little help on this. That flag needs to come down. This amendment does that. It takes that flag down. It's been hijacked. I forget what the other word was everybody used. But yeah, and it pains me when I think of somebody in South Carolina rides by and sees that flag and sees it for something different than I do. I can appreciate that. I can understand that. That flag needs to come down. However, we're not asking for a whole lot. And I think this is probably one of the more mild amendments that we've put up. But we've got to have a little something to take home too. I'll go home and brag that we took that flag down. But in turn, I've also got to go home and tell my folks that had folks that got killed in the Confederate War or had ancestors. I don't know if I did or not. I'm ashamed to say I've never really looked into it. But we've got to have something to take back home to help those folks with their heritage. Their heritage is just as important as other people's heritage. And sometimes probably a little more in the upstate than in others. But like I say, I'm brief, but I just wanted to point that out. You know, speaking from somebody that's tried to be totally blind as far as party, color, anything like that. I pride myself on being that. But I guess some of us on our side of the aisle, we're asking for a little help and consideration. I think Mr. Bedingfield put it, and I think Mr. Pope put it good. I'd love for you to show a little grace. I really would. We're going to get done what you want done. That thing needs to come down. Ain't no doubt about it. But some of us need a little help too on the other side of this argument to take care and honor our Confederate veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Confederate flag, to me, is not a big part of my family's history. Certainly not something that I hold up in reverence personally. I don't even own one for that matter. In fact, really the only connection to the Confederate war history, that the only family connection that I can tell you that I have is I'm told that I have a great uncle who found his rear end in a Yankee prison, and he was there for about 3 months after the war ended because he would not swear allegiance to the Union. That's how stubborn he was. And when I was here for Senator Pinckney's viewing here a couple of weeks ago, it was a very somber, very moving occasion to me as I saw him laying there, as I saw the casket opened, as I spoke to the family, met the members of the family. And then afterwards, I was speaking with Mr. McLeod, and we have our differences of opinion, but we've had a very cordial relationship, and I think that he's given me some advice at a few different points. And he made the remark to me. He said, I remind him of a lesson that he learned in high school, I believe it was, if I'm telling the story right, Mr. McLeod, that he learned in science class that there are 3 types of coal. He said, there's lignite coal, there's bituminous coal, and there's anthracite coal. Anthracite coal is by far the hardest type of coal. He said, my head is solid anthracite coal. You probably might agree with that. But, you know, I try to do what I believe is right. And I don't want to do this in an arrogant way at all, because I am a fallible human being. I make mistakes. Now, you know, my concern here, well, in the interest of trying to make sure that I don't make a mistake, I always try and listen to the other side. Last year, as I was running for office for the first time, which was a new and eye-opening experience for me personally, I met a gentleman, an older gentleman, probably about 80 years old. He was a self-professed independent. He said he votes for the party, not for the person. And he said, I'm willing to vote for you, but only if you're not going to be one of those my way or the highway kind of people that votes on what you want and you won't consider a compromise and that you won't listen to the other side. And I said, sir, I will never compromise on my principles, but where common ground can be found, I will try to find it, and I will listen to the other side. I will always give a fair hearing. And that's what I've tried to do. And as this flag debate has erupted, it's not a debate that I have avoided. It's not a debate that I've avoided with my own constituents. As people have reached out to me, I have, to the best of my knowledge, returned every phone call from my district. I have tried to respond to every email. I have some catching up to do on that. There's just been such a flood, it's hard to keep up with. But I do try and listen, and one of those calls was from a lady who is a civil rights activist in the Anderson area. And she made a statement that really kind of got me. She said, I'm twice your age. I'm over twice your age. She said, I lived through the civil rights movement. I was an activist back in the 60s. She said, you do not know what it's like to have a cross burned in your front yard. And I had to admit, no, I don't. And I can't stand here and say that I've walked even a fraction of a mile in some of your shoes. I realize that. As I've talked to people and as I've thought about this issue, as I've talked to people on both sides of the issue and as well as to the media, the things that have crystallized in my mind as the principles at play here in this decision is that it's extremely important that we remember our history. It's also just as important that we present our history in an accurate and balanced manner. We should neither whitewash our history, nor should we forget it, nor should we bury it. I was one of the ones that went with Mr. Quinn to the museum yesterday to see the museum, see the relic room, see the options of where the flag was going to be placed, or was where the discussion where the options were as far as where it might be placed. And one of the things that I learned on that trip, I learned a number of things, but one of the things that hadn't occurred to me until that trip was that the members of the public who wish to see the flag, if we put it there, will have to pay admission once to get into the museum and again to get into the relic room. There's no charge to walk around here on the State House grounds and get an education. Now, the question is, are we presenting history in its complete and historically accurate context? All the symbols, all the flags, are they being presented in an appropriate historical context? Now, whether you believe that the current battle flag is appropriate next to the Confederate memorial, which those soldiers fought and died under that flag, or not, is a moot point. Because the fact is, it doesn't require that flag in order to teach the history of the sacrifice of those soldiers and the lives that were lost. Now, unfortunately, we did fight a states' rights battle on the issue of slavery. And any of the heritage folks, so to speak, who would deny that simply have to read the Ordinance of Secession from South Carolina. And I want to read you part of this. Just a little part, not the whole thing. In 1787, deputies were appointed by the states to revise the Articles of Confederation, and on the 17th of September, 1787, these deputies recommended for the adoption of the states the Articles of Union known as the Constitution of the U.S. The parties to whom this Constitution was submitted were the several sovereign states. They were to agree or disagree. And when 9 of them agreed, the compact was to take effect among those concurring, and the general government, as the common agent, was then invested with their authority. If 9 of the 13 states had concurred, the other 4 would have remained as they were, separate sovereign states, independent of any of the provisions of the Constitution. In fact, 2 of the states did not accede to the Constitution. I'm going to skip down a little bit here. It says, thus was established by compact between the states a government with definite objects and powers limited to the express words of the grant. This limitation left the whole remaining mass of power subject to the clause reserving it to the states or to the people, and rendered unnecessary any specification of reserved rights. And then get this, we hold that the government thus established is subject to the 2 great principles asserted in the Declaration of Independence. And we hold further that the mode of its formation subjects it to a 3rd fundamental principle, namely, the law of compact. We maintain that in every compact between 2 or more parties, the obligation is mutual, that the failure of one of the contracting parties to perform a material part of the agreement entirely releases the obligation of the other, and that where no arbiter is provided, each party is remitted to his own judgment to determine the fact of failure with all its consequences. In the present case, that fact is established with certainty. We assert that 14 of the states have deliberately refused for years past to fulfill their constitutional obligations, and we refer to their own statutes for proof. And what obligations were our South Carolinian forebears referring to? The Constitution of the United States, in its 4th article, provides as follows: no person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due.
Mr. Hill, that's your first 10 minutes.
I'd like to request the next.
Granted.
So the compact that the South complained of, that South Carolina specifically complained of, that the federal government had broken, was the amendment to the U.S. Constitution that said that escaped slaves would be returned. In fact, they go on to say, and I'll read this one last excerpt, short excerpt. It says, "We affirm that these ends for which this government was instituted have been defeated, and the government itself has been made destructive of them by the action of the non-slaveholding states. Those states have assumed the right of deciding upon the propriety of our domestic institutions and have denied the rights of property established in 15 of the states and recognized by the Constitution, and they have denounced as sinful the institution of slavery, and they have permitted open establishment among them of societies whose avowed object is to disturb the peace and to align the property of the citizens of other states. They have encouraged and assisted thousands of our slaves to leave their homes, and those who remain have been incited by emissaries, books, and pictures to servile insurrection." Now just let the irony of that sink in for a minute. Here we are complaining about a federal government breaching contract while South Carolina breached the very right to life and liberty of people they called slaves. There were many wrongs done. There is much to learn from this time in our history. Guess what happens when you forget the value of human life? You enslave people. Who might be enslaved next in this country? Perhaps people of all colors, all national origins, all ages, genders. The liberties, our individual liberties in this country are under attack. They're slowly being eroded away. And I'm here under oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and of this state. And that's a Constitution, as currently written, which does protect the life and liberty of all of our citizens here in this state. So that older gentleman asked me, well, before I say that, I want to say this. So what happens when you forget?
Let me get some order, Mr. Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, please give some courtesy and Mr. Hill continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what happens when you forget the value of life? Some people are enslaved, but the other thing that happens is other people lose their lives. Unfortunately, this issue between the federal government and certain southern states, including South Carolina, became so inflamed that we fought a war over it. And there was there were many lives lost, and you look at the history of England. Someone mentioned Wilberforce earlier, William Wilberforce. They were able to end the practice of slavery in England peacefully. Why couldn't we have done that here? Why couldn't lives have been spared? But you know, perhaps those were some of the consequences of the South's unwillingness to recognize the rights of free human beings and an inherent selfishness, both on the part of the North and on the South. The North.
Guys, again, it's been a long day. I know people are trying to work towards some type of resolution. Please give Mr. Hill your respect, as well as Mr. Williams, other members over here. Sergeant, I know that's my boss, but if we can clear out this area, if that's what it needs to take, we need to extend the courtesy to Mr. Hill. Thank you a lot. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point is, there are many lessons to be learned. And if anyone finds that flag, that battle flag, and all the other artifacts offensive because they're connected to a period of time in which offensive things were done, I would suggest to every person here and to every citizen of South Carolina that we should all be offended at the wrongs that were done. we should not follow suit in hypocrisy ourselves in this chamber here today. We have an opportunity here to find some middle ground. I'm willing to find.
Mr. Hill, I'm just trying to let the sergeant have an opportunity to do his job out of respect for you and every other member of this body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an opportunity here to find some middle ground. My concern in this entire debate is that this isn't about the flag, and I've told people that, and I've heard some of you here in this room deny that, flat out. Who's right? I think the vote on this amendment and the votes on similar amendments will have to tell the story. Your actions do speak louder than words. This is another opportunity. Let's find some middle ground here. Let's teach history. Let's do so in a manner that does not remind every person who sees the front of the state capitol all the painful things that happened after the Civil War in the 60s. Certainly, we don't want to send the message that any person of any color is unwelcome on our State House grounds. We can teach history, we must teach history if we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past. And the worst mistake was forgetting the value of human life. So I ask you, let's come together. Let's vote on this. Unlike perhaps, there may be some in this room, let me just put it this way, there may be some in this room who inwardly, their ultimate goal is to defeat this bill. That is not my goal. If this bill does not pass on third reading, if this amendment, well, let me back up. If this amendment does not pass and the bill does not pass on third reading, then I will be saddened because we did not come together. I think that we should be able to agree on this. I think if the issue is truly that the flag is offensive and divisive, let's put a different flag up that doesn't have those same connotations. We can achieve the goal of remembering our history and teaching an unsanitized, complete, historically accurate version and account of history while not reminding those people who have deep scars on their souls from all the wrongs that were done during the Civil Rights era and still are done to this day. We can do this, and I'm asking you to join me. You may look at me and say that I'm an ideologue, and maybe I am. But I'm willing to work together on this issue. I think this is a great opportunity to do it. I can't think of anything more appropriate to fly next to the monument erected to the over 20,000 South Carolinians who lost their lives in this tragic and unnecessary war than the very flag that they fought defending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Horn is asked to be heard. Mr. Delaney, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would move to adjourn debate on this amendment, a simple adjourn debate motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your understanding, a simple adjourn debate motion would take us from this amendment, but we would return to the amendment at a later time. A simple adjourn debate motion by Mr. Delaney. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. I'll give you a division. Straight up vote on the board. Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls and tabulate. By a vote of 55-57, the debate continues. Ms. Horn is recognized to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence tonight, and I know the hour is late, so I will be brief. As a member of the Charleston delegation, I would like to express to you how important it is that we not amend this bill. And the reason we need not amend this bill at this time is because if we amend the bill in any form or fashion, it is going to a conference committee. It is not going to end quickly. We are going to be doing this all summer long. Let me tell you, I attended the funeral of Senator Clemente Pinckney, and the people of Charleston deserve immediate and swift removal of that flag from this grounds. We can say for another day where this flag needs to go, which flag needs to fly, or where it needs to fly, or what museum it needs to be in. But the immediate issue, as far as I'm concerned, as a member of the Charleston delegation, and speaking on behalf of the people in Charleston, this flag offends my friend Mia McLeod, my friend John King, my friend Reverend Neal. I cannot believe that we do not have the heart in this body to do something meaningful, such as take a symbol of hate off these grounds on Friday. And if any of you vote to amend, you are ensuring that this flag will fly beyond Friday. And for the widow of Senator Pinckney and his 2 young daughters, that would be adding insult to injury. And I will not be a part of it. And for all of these reasons, I will not vote to amend this bill today. We may visit this another session, another year. But if we amend this bill, we are telling the people of Charleston, we don't care about you. We do not care that someone used this symbol of hate to slay 8 innocent people who are worshiping their God. I'm sorry, I have heard enough about heritage. I have a heritage. I am a lifelong South Carolinian. I am a descendant of Jefferson Davis, okay? But that does not matter. It's not about Jenny Horn. It's about the people of South Carolina who have demanded that this symbol of hate come off of the State House grounds. And I will tell you, I do know, and I have it on good authority, that the world is watching this debate. And there is an economic development prospect in Dorchester County that is in jeopardy because we refuse to act. We need to follow the example of the Senate, remove this flag, and do it today. Because this issue is not getting any better with age. Thank you.
Judge Clary, for what purpose do you rise? Judge Clary moves to table Amendment 66. Judge Clary moves to table 66. Mr. Smith requests roll call, 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required and vote on the board's order. Have all members wishing to vote voted? Time has expired. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. By a vote of 69-46, Amendment 66 is tabled.
Next amendment is
Mr. Delaney is recognized for an introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have a very special guest here tonight. We have Anthony Shaheen, son of Senator Vincent Shaheen, and his uncle is Bob Shaheen, who was my desk mate for 6 years. If you would give him a welcome to the House.
Welcome the Shaheen men to the House. Welcome.
number 67 is the next bill which we are passing over.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we take this next amendment, it's about 5 after 8 now. The Speaker says we will stand at ease till 8:30, so everyone can stand at ease till 8:30.
The South Carolina House has been for much of the day today working through a series of amendments to a bill that would remove the Confederate battle flag from the state capitol grounds. The South Carolina Senate approved that bill yesterday on a vote of 36-3. As you can see, the South Carolina House has moved into a period of standing at ease until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, another 15 minutes or so, and we will continue our live coverage here on C-SPAN 3. During this recess and the proceedings, though, we'll show you a portion of today's Washington Journal with Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, who was our guest.
And we are back with Senator Mark. It'll only be...
Clerk Reed.
Mr. Pitts, adjourn debate on 35.
On Amendment 35, Mr. Pitts moves to adjourn debate.
Okay.
All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Clerk Reed.
On 36, adjourn debate.
Pitts moves to adjourn debate on Amendment 36. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Clerk Reed.
37.
Mr. Pitts moves to adjourn debate on Amendment 37. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Clerk
38.
Reed. Mr. Pitts moves to adjourn debate on Amendment 38. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it.
39, Mr. Pitts.
Mr. Pitt moves to adjourn debate on Amendment 39. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it.
Next amendment passed over was 56, Quinn. Pitts and Delaney.
We're now on Amendment 56. Mr. Quinn is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I've spoke to many of you about this amendment and have had some good conversations yesterday. I took a group, which Ms. Cobb-Hunter and Mr. Neal and Mr. Gilliard and Tommy Pope, and I know I'm going to miss because I think there were 30 people that went by, the fellow Confederate relic room. And the purpose of my asking folks to do that was because I wanted them to understand something about where I'm coming from and also about people that aren't racist, that want to remember their history. I realize that the Southern Cross flag that's currently on the monument has been used by racist groups, and I understand the perspective of African Americans and others who see this as a symbol of hate. For me, growing up, my grandfather telling me about my great-great-grandfather who fought, there are folks that want to remember their deaths. In that war, 50% of the male population was killed or wounded. 1/3 of the male population died during the war. And so that leaves the slavery and the Civil War left scars for everyone. And there are folks out there that don't look at they go to the relic room and think about racism. They just want to remember their great-grandfather, their relatives that died. And so bringing them there, those folks there, I was trying to give them that context. And so most of the proposals, everything I've seen, has the flag going to the relic room. And what I've asked is, the relic room has not had the support. I appreciate y'all voting to override the governor's veto of the relic room last week. But it has not had the support of the state that it needs. It's been kind of the redheaded stepchild of the museum system, and it is kind of in a back corner of the State Museum. And so, incidentally, one of the things I was very proud of about the relic room is they have the only banner on display where African Americans who fought for the Union flew under the flag. It's one of the major components of the museum, and I was proud to see that. So to me, one of the things I think that's essential to this is for the folks who aren't racist, who just want to remember their families who died, and for the folks who are going to want to go to the relic room when the flag is retired there, what this amendment does is it merely says that on January 1st of next year, they have to present a plan and a budget for which they will, how they will treat the banner that is retired and how they will remember the Southern Confederate soldiers who died, and really all who died. And so I think this is a very reasonable request. It allows for some measure of comfort for people who are worried that maybe the Relic Room won't have the support, for them to have the idea that, yes, there will be a plan and there will be a budget to display the flag and remember the Southern soldiers who died.
All right. Mr. Merrill has a question. Mr. Quinn. Mr. Merrill is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Quinn, just to clarify, this is just an addition to the existing bill. It would still remove the Confederate battle flag, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it would still remove the flagpole.
I don't affect any, in this language, I don't affect anything on the Senate bill that deals with removing the flag. It merely says what will happen with the flag once it's removed.
All right, so it accomplishes all the objectives that we are talking about. It removes this, and then it places the flag in a historical context at the Confederate Relic Room, and it establishes a committee, I think, for the display. Is that right?
Actually, it's very interesting. You know, I researched this pretty thoroughly. You know, Jimmy, I kind of delve into the minutia of things, but the Relic Room actually has a new commission that was formed July 1st of this year. It has not yet been appointed. There's 3 from the Speaker, 3 from the President Pro Tem of the Senate, and 3 from the Governor. And so what this does is it lets those commissioners know when they're appointed, we're expecting a plan and a budget out of them on how they're going to handle the banner. And, you know, I feel, you know, particularly with people like Mr. Hosey and others that had such a, military record, I feel kind of silly talking about it myself. But one of the things about this that's, to me, that's kind of a story that was told. I think Mr. Jefferson made a very good point yesterday is, you know, when a war is fought, you don't really, it's very often children that are killed. And so a lot of what I'm asking for is to put all this in the context for those folks who died, that this is not, we're talking about sending it to a museum. We're going to do that, fine. Well, now here's the plan. Give us a plan and a budget next year so we can have that and actually support the Relic Room so it's done in an honorable fashion.
I realize that this isn't a win necessarily for either side. I mean, but it is the very definition of a compromise to some extent. Wouldn't you agree?
For me, yes. I mean, I see this as a way for the people who, look, I think this is a tough issue, y'all. Everybody knows that. I mean, I was here in 2000 for this. It feels like Groundhog Day in some ways. And to me, there are, as I've mentioned, there are many people who aren't racist that just want to remember their family members. And to me, this gives them some security that we're not just going to ignore the Relic Room and we're not going to actually display the flag in an honorable fashion.
And this would still allow folks who said that they want to bring down the banner, but they also want to show some deference to those who lost forefathers in that war. This would allow them to accomplish both of those goals.
Well, yeah, and in fact, to be honest with you, even for the members, I'm hopeful that the members that are voting to keep it up on the monument see that this is really, to me, I think a goodwill gesture to let them know that the flag, if it is removed, will be handled in an honorable fashion.
And this is just kind of more minutia, but I mean, if someone voted for this amendment, this doesn't necessarily mean they have to vote for the bill at the end. It would just, it could stand on its own. It's doing something for both sides, both parties. Would you agree with that?
That's my hope. That's my hope.
All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Cobb Hunter is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Quinn, let me, if I may, just ask you a couple of questions based on your amendment. And thank you for allowing the tour yesterday.
I appreciate your time doing it. I appreciate your giving the time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I know we're all busy.
Did we have a conversation at the Relic Room yesterday about your amendment and the concept of your amendment?
We did. You've always been very honest about it.
And did we reach consensus pretty much yesterday that what you're trying to do is a very good thing and that we supported that?
No, that was my feeling from you. Yes, ma'am.
And did we also say to you, though, that because we are concerned about the timing of this bill, and because we want, as the governor has requested, as the Senate has done, we wanted a clean bill so that there would be no need for a conference committee? Would it make sense for us to come back in January and do not only what you want to do or are proposing to do in this amendment, but did we not also have a conversation about the African American History Monument and the process that was put in place there. Do you recall that?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Cobb-Hunter, I was there, yes.
Okay, and what I'm trying to do is figure out what happened, Mr. Quinn, from the tour we did yesterday, where all that goodwill and kumbaya was flowing freely, and now. Because I was under the impression, tell me if I missed something, that yesterday we didn't have a vote or anything, but based on the 30 or 35 people, bipartisan, biracial group that was there, did we not talk about using a process that would restore the flag to the Confederate relic room with honor, pomp, and circumstance, have the Citadel come in and do all of that? Did we have that conversation?
We did, Ms. Hunter and Cobb-Hunter, and you made that point, and I think you even said, I think your comment was, there's a trust issue there. So what I would say, trust is a two-way street, and I think the senators I've talked to, I've spoken with them. I'm not going to name them because I realize that the national media is out there, and everybody I'm talking to is telling me this amendment is fine. I think it's a reasonable proposal. I understand that you and several members, and I guess maybe the whole Democratic caucus, I'm not sure, but y'all have this idea that no amendments, no amendments. Well, to handle this issue, you and I have been through this twice.
Yes, sir, and I sure don't want to do it again.
To handle this issue, it really requires mutual respect and trust, right? So what I'm saying to you is, I think this is a moniker, a gesture, and it's basically, it's almost a, it's not a commitment, but it's letting people know that we're going to get a plan in January, we're going to get a budget, and we're going to have to debate it, we're going to have votes on it. Mm-hmm. But it's giving them some degree of confidence that we're going to address it next year.
Mr. Quinn, if I may, because I'm, the hour is late and I'm not what I used to be, so help me understand this. And I meant that in a positive way. I hear my colleagues chuckling, and I don't even want to think about where their mind went when I said that. Did you know that?
Oh, I have a lot of faith that you're still the person you used to be.
Well, let me try it this way, Mr. Quinn. The Senate has already said that, and none concurred, and there is no way. You talked about having conversations with somebody, and they're okay with it.
Mr. Quinn, that's your first 10 minutes. I apologize, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. Your first 10 minutes, Mr. Quinn. You want your second?
Yes, sir.
And thank you so much, Mr. Quinn. There may be others who have questions, so I don't want to bogart the time. But let me just very quickly ask you, if I may. And by that, what that word means, bogart, is I don't want to monopolize the time. No, not for you, boo. I know you know, but there were some people in here who didn't.
I understood.
Here's what I'm trying to get at. I thought we had reached a point where we would allow this process to play out, let everybody have their say, and at some point vote up or down on an amendment that simply moves the flag, as the Senate has done, and allow the commission, because did the director of the relic room not say to us yesterday that they are not prepared to accept the flag if we do it? Did he not tell us
Ms.
that?
Cobb-Hunter, you're making my point for me.
No.
I mean, I think.
If I am, it's certainly a mistake.
Well, what I was.
On my part.
Well, my point is that he does. I think he does not have the resources.
Right.
I think he does not have the human and otherwise resources to deal with this. And my point to you is, this is a way for us to show that we have a commitment to handling this in an honorable fashion. Now, you mentioned the process.
Yeah.
This is a process. As far as I know, in my years of service here, and as I've mentioned to you, I've had 2 lives. This last one only has been about 3.5 years here. I've never seen a process where the idea is no amendments is the process.
Yeah,
and I understand there's also there's an idea that, if you have one amendment, that's when things start rolling. And look, that's not my intention here. My intention here, I understand we have to resolve this issue, okay? I want to resolve this issue. But at the same time, we have to understand that there are different points of view and perspective. And, I've heard a lot of people say that, the war was about slavery. And you can't argue that it wasn't on some level, right?
Okay.
But to me, one of the things about this, and I mentioned that earlier, that 16-year-old boy that was killed, that they actually had his uniform in the In the
Ms.
case
Quinn,
of
are you still answering my question?
well,
or are
this
you
is my
going-
podium, Ms. Carpenter, yes.
No, I know, but I was
Yes.
just trying to figure out if you
Please,
were,
please,
because
I didn't
had
interrupt
just
you.
one
Please
more.
interrupt me, okay?
Okay, I'm
Thank
sorry.
You. Thank
I
you.
apologize.
So what I would say to you is that in terms of people that want to remember their relatives who died, I think it's important. We mentioned slavery as being an issue for the war. That's true. Politicians and powerful people decide to go to war, right? And it's very often the poor and the middle class that fight the war. And I think, you know, that 16-year-old boy, I think when whomever his relatives are that may come and want to see that uniform, I think they're remembering his death. I don't think they're remembering, you know, that hey, this is slavery, this is racism. Now, I will agree, there's some that are like that, and to be frank with you, that's why I voted in 2000 to take it off the dome. Incidentally, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, you voted against me that day.
Sure did.
And so what I would say to you is, you know, I think that war was fought for a lot of reasons. I found a quote, and I'm not a very eloquent person, but it's older men declare war, but it's the youth that fight and die. And so what I'm asking here is just to have a plan so that when the flag is removed from the pole, that it's handled in an honorable fashion, and that the relic room, for the first time in my career, and I think yours as well, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, that we've actually, we're making at least a latent commitment that we're going to fund the relic room. I think you mentioned bogarting my time.
Well, if you don't, like you just said, I do a pretty good job of speaking for myself. So if you don't mind, I do have one last question that I'd like to ask you. And since you talked about death, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like a little order because I want people to hear this question that I'm about to ask.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some order so we can hear Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Quinn, this is my last question. You've talked about death. Do you know that almost 2-3 weeks ago, exactly this time, on a Wednesday night, that Dylan Roof sat in his Mother Emanuel Church and contemplated killing 9 people simply because of the color of their skin? Did you know that? We are almost at the hour where that occurred.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Well, wait, like you said, don't interrupt me because I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm supposing you're going to speak too.
Okay, here's the point. I am, but here's my final point. Did you know that I personally am so offended by the references to us showing grace to this amendment and compromise? Did you know that I am offended by that? Because in my view, for this body and the people in this body who are making that request to say to those of us, show some grace like the people, like those 9 families did toward the shooter, show us some grace by agreeing to a compromise. Did you know that your intention, and I say your, not meaning you personally, but for all of those people who have come to that podium and said that whether they are aware of it or not, there are some of us in here who are extremely offended by that comparison. We believe, did you know, that is comparing apples and oranges, and that we would really, I'm not going to speak for anybody but me. I would ask you, Mr. Quinn, since you're in the leadership, if you would please share with your caucus to please not take the podium again and ask us to show grace in this effort like the folk who were so generous and forgiving of the shooter in Charleston.
I understand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, I understand this is a very emotional issue. Look, for me, it was emotional. I met Clem, I think he was 19 or 20 when he was a page. I shared tears with Mr. Smith and talked to Mr. Rutherford about it. We got in the car the next morning and went there. It was horrible, one of the worst experiences of my life.
Mr. Loftus, recognized for a question.
Quinn, we talked about your proposal, and you speak of the relic room, but you also spoke about naming veterans in the war that died.
Yes, sir.
Are you talking about inside, outside? Can you expound on that?
So they don't have a commission yet. So I purposely not tried to push any particular proposal. I'm not trying to micromanage the commission. But what has been discussed, there's several options. One of them is to have a wall with all the names of the folks who who were killed in the war, and a number somewhere around 22,000 people, as I mentioned earlier. And so, for me, I think if I want to give a voice and an opportunity for people that want to remember those relatives to have something where they can go and they can do it in a way that's not racially motivated. These are folks that just want to see the names of the folks that died in the war. So that's my hope. That's what the commission will do. I think that's certainly where the staff had been kind of leaning. But again, we haven't even had an appointed commission yet. It's going to be up to them, and then of course it'll be up to us to decide whether to fund it or not when the time comes.
Mr. Sandifer? Mr. Sandifer? Mr. Govan is recognized for a question.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Quinn, I'll get straight to the point and make mine simple. I've had the opportunity, did you know after reading the Senate bill that was passed over, that based on the language in there, that it allows for what you're trying to do in this amendment?
It merely references that the national media and all this coverage has made this a very tenuous situation. My intent with this is to give comfort and give some direction to the new commission as to, y'all need to get back with us January 1st so we can see what your plan is, give us a budget, and then we'll debate that issue here and then fund it or not fund it.
But Mr. Quinn, would you not agree that with the language that exists in the Senate bill, that it accomplishes the same thing, and we can come back and do that?
I don't, Mr. Govan, and it basically just references the relic room. It doesn't say anything about how to handle it, and I think it's important that we handle this in an honorable fashion, and so that's what we're asking them to do.
Well, Mr. Quinn, do you know that, of course, we were both here in 2000, and we went through this entire debate before. And of course, there were amendments offered up in terms of what to do about the situation then. And thanks to some crafty amendments and whatnot, we ended up with the situation that we have today, that we have gone back to revisit some 15 years later.
I'm sorry, I forget. Were you in the House then, Mr. Govan? I forget.
I've been here since 19.
Okay, so did you vote for the bill?
Yeah.
Did you vote for the bill?
So,
look, it was the toughest vote I ever took doing it in 2000, but that was the best we could get at the time, and there were 2 tie votes that day, Mr. Govan. And so my point to you is we need to make sure that we do this in a way that Mr. Cobb-Hunter talked about trust with me in that at the relic room. I think let's trust is a two-way street. Let's let the folks that aren't racist at least have some comfort that we're going to have a plan on how to handle this in January, and that that we're going to debate the money as to how we will display the flag at the relic room next year.
Mr. Quinn, that's your second 10 minutes. Mr. Neal is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sat and I listened all day long with great interest and empathy for what was said. But I too would point out that when we begin to talk about grace, we really need to evaluate what that really means. Grace is not something that we earn. Grace is something that comes to us unearned. When we talk about this situation with that flag in front of the State House, I would point out to you that in all the conversations that we heard today, they all focused on one side of this situation. It was all about the Confederate dead. It was not about others who suffered and died too. I even heard conversations about African Americans who fought for the Confederacy. And I did a little research, and what I turned up was this. Did you know that in South Carolina, there were no blacks who fought for the Confederacy because the Confederate Congress did not approve black soldiers fighting in the Confederacy until a month before Appomattox. And if you look at your timeline, you'll find that Sherman marched through and burned Columbia 2 months before Appomattox. So what I want you to understand is this. When we talk about grace and we talk about this issue, we really ought to be talking about the whole ball of wax here, all of us. I find it interesting that no one brought up the fact that there were 1 million plus Africans here who were suffering under the weight of enslavement. And it wasn't really mentioned, and no one talked about what they were going through. And they went through it for almost 400 years. I think that when we talk about grace, we have to extend grace to everybody. Not just one-way grace, but universal grace. And what do I mean by that? That flag that stands outside has stood as a thumb in the eye of those families in Charleston who lost loved ones. And we all know it. And the response that this body should give is a moment of grace to those families. Not just grace to the Confederate dead, but grace to those who are suffering right now, who are still alive. The grace that this body can extend to those families right now is to remove that flag, to remove that flagpole, to not delay this process, to do it as expeditiously as we possibly can, to make sure that family, those families understand, that this body understands what's happened, that we grieve with them and we extend to them grace. Once we've extended grace to them, maybe it's in God's providence to extend grace to all of us, individually and collectively. But grace is not something that's cheap, and it's not something that ought to be used as a political maneuver. It is something in the providence of he who sits high and looks low. What I would tell you at this moment is that those of us who care about what happened in Charleston, who care about the pain that this state has suffered as a result of it, we ought to be extending grace to those people in Charleston, those families, and that grace means let's remove that flag, let's do it now. That doesn't mean that we don't respect the Confederate dead and the things that they fought for. If that is your heritage, I understand you loving and supporting your heritage. But grace means that you ought to also love and support mine. It's not a one-way street. My heritage is based on a group of people who were brought here in chains, who were denigrated, demagogued, lynched and killed, denied a right to vote, denied the right to even have a family. Let me tell you a quick story of my family. My family was taken here to South Carolina, and there were 4 brothers. That much we know. And they were purchased by a slave owner by the name of Neal. He brought them to Sumter County, and one of them was taken to Kershaw County. That much we know. We know that 2 of them immigrated to Richland County and 1 remained in Sumter. We know that their original name was not Neal, that the family name at that time was DeVoe. They were from a French-speaking colony in West Africa. We know that those 4 brothers never saw one another again. We know that their children that were born on the plantations in Sumter and Lower Richland and Kershaw County, they were never able to have their children because their children were sold away from them. I want you to understand that these are the kinds of stories that exist in our community. They're stories of pain and suffering that I ask you to consider as you ask me to consider grace on this issue. when that flag stands out front, the entire African American community feels a pain. And that pain is intensified when things happen like Charleston, when groups like the Ku Klux Klan and the Conservative Citizens Council and other groups use that flag as a banner and use it as an excuse to hate and to kill and to burn and to bomb. We talk about grace. Let's give grace where grace needs to be, not just one way, but for all of us. I know I need grace, and I think you do too. In fact, all of South Carolina needs grace because at this moment, we've got some hard decisions to make, and the whole world is watching us. The whole world is asking, is South Carolina really going to change? Or will it hold to an ugly tradition of prejudice and discrimination and hide behind heritage as an excuse for it? You need to understand that if South Carolina really wants to extend grace to those who are hurting in this state over what happened in Charleston, now is the time to do it. This is the hour. This is where each and every one of us ought to be searching our souls about what we need to do. On this amendment does one thing in my view. It delays the removal of the Confederate flag. That's what it simply does. And if it is a strategy to do that, then shame on us. I spoke with several members here who I know who are proud of their heritage, and I've said to them, I'm in support of you in honoring your heritage. I think all of our heritages should be recognized. I may not be able to celebrate your heritage with you, but I can recognize your right to celebrate it for yourself. And you ought to be able to do the same with me. All of us are part of a tapestry. Our histories, our lives are all part of a seamless tapestry. And that tapestry involves some things that are very good and some things that are very bad, but we need to recognize that fact, that we're all part of the same tapestry. And finally, I want to mention this as I finish. This body has the potential to set a course for South Carolina into the future. We have the ability to set a new image for South Carolina in the world. And my hope tonight is that we will do so by mutually respecting one another, by mutually respecting one another's heritage and one another's history. Now, I want to end by simply saying this. Someone got up here and said, well, you want to move every Confederate monument. I'm telling you that's not even on the table. Nobody's talking about it. I don't know where that's coming from. What I am in support of is telling the whole truth. And if truth be known, I think it would help South Carolina to tell the truth about our history. And that's what we need to do, not hide it, not erase it, not water it down, but tell the truth about what this state has gone through, about what its people have gone through, about what significant figures in this state have done, and let the truth educate us so that we don't make the same mistakes that we made in the past, today and tomorrow.
Mr. Neal, that's your first 10 minutes, sir. You'd request your second.
I thank you for your attention.
Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan is recognized. Mr. Govan is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Like many of you, I realize that it's been a very, very long day. And actually, I had not had any intention of really coming up here today. I thought that we would simply debate this issue, and out of respect for those individuals who wanted to be heard, just like we did back in 2000, people would have had a chance to voice their opinions, their feelings, and we would allow this process to work itself out. Now, for those of you who don't know, I've been here since 1993, served in the House. I'm the vice chair of the State House Committee, which is responsible for many of the items on the grounds, was involved in the flag debate back in 2000. But I took the podium because I want to share a story with you and talk about something that we really haven't touched on. And ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot about heritage. My good friend, Eric Bedingfield, we talked about that yesterday. And, you know, since 2000, there have been some changes with me. You know, I'm in ministry. I'm a grandparent. Wasn't that when I came up here, Mr. Clyburn? And some other things have taken place. But I want to share with you a very brief story about my relationship with this whole issue in terms of with the flag, and I'll make it very brief. When I was about between 5 and 6 years old, I was raised in a little small town called Roseville, South Carolina. And my aunt and her friend, Miss Janie Mays, we'd go on Cattle Creek Road. I think, Miss Knight, you know what that is. And we were fishing. They'd go be fishing, and it was a two-way road. And as I stood there as a kid playing on the side of the road while they were fishing in the pond on the side, a pickup truck came by with white youth in it, a Confederate flag in the back, and they called out to us the N-word and flung a bag of nails that hit me in my face. That led to an infection under my eye, and every day since that time, when I get up, I see the remnants or a scar as a result of that particular incident. Now, many of us up here grew up in a very difficult time in South Carolina's history. I'm 57 years old, so in Orangeburg, South Carolina, I saw both sides of segregation and integration. But I share that with you not to rant and rave about that, because I've had to grow as a result of it. Again, it's not a day that I can get around when I look in the mirror to shave myself that I can't see the ramifications of a time go by. But as I grew older and got involved in politics and took an interest in government, I said I wanted to be about change in South Carolina. So, Mr. Howard, when I graduated from South Carolina State University, and this is why you see me so passionate about it, I learned from some great people in Orangeburg and at South Carolina State University that instead, if you really want to make a change in something, you got to put forth the effort and make the commitment. And so instead of leaving Mr. Gilliard, South Carolina, when I got old enough and graduated from college, I came back, and I've dedicated my life since then to make a difference. And one of the proudest moments in terms of making a difference was when I got elected to this body in terms of the House of Representatives. And so since that time, I've tried to conduct myself in such a way to make a difference. Now, let me tell you why all this is important, particularly to me in terms of what we've been talking about. We've talked about heritage today, and Mr. Neal has made, I think, a passionate argument saying that we all have a heritage in this state. I'm a proud Southerner. I'm a proud South Carolinian. That's why I'm still here. Jim Clyburn was someone that I looked up to when I was a kid, Dick Riley. All of them said, listen, don't leave South Carolina, Pug Ravenel, that crowd. A lot of good people. I served in this body over in the Senate as a page, was here when DeQuincy Newman became the first black senator to serve since Reconstruction. South Carolina has done a lot of things right. I stand here to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues, because I'm asking you respectfully to do something right. You see, this is not about heritage or hate. We talk about those things, and yes, those are factors, and we've been talking about those two things. But I submit to you something a little bit different. Brother Hodges, this is about the future. You see, I mentioned, Mr. Quinn, that I'm a grandfather. I know you're a proud father. But you know, it's not about the burdens that we carry from the past, ladies and gentlemen. It's about what is the groundwork that we lay for the future. You see, I have 3 grandsons and a granddaughter. And what I heard after what happened down in Charleston with the Charleston 9, and let's not forget Mr. Scott, what has happened is we now have an opportunity to move forward, being men of goodwill and women of goodwill. You see, we represent, or supposedly, the best of South Carolina. And ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you why, you know, I didn't support the public referendum is because the people expect us, because that's why they sent us here, to do the right thing. And so I submit to you that this is a defining moment, ladies and gentlemen, in our state's history. It's a defining moment because we have an opportunity, as the Chamber of Commerce has pointed out, to support investment and job creation opportunities that can level the playing field and open up a new avenue. Whereas South Carolinians, regardless of their race, creed, or color, can step beyond the ignorance of poverty and build bridges. It's about expanding markets of opportunities for South Carolina's goods and services, as the Chamber has said, because this is important. Because I will submit to you, if we do not have job opportunities for individuals in South Carolina, when you consider the situation with Mr. Roof, I'll tell you what I saw: an individual without hope, without taking advantage of the opportunities. Something's wrong. And I submit to you as an educator, when you look at individuals who have turned to violence to express their opinions, you can trace it back to a lack of hope. And so for those of us who want to enhance opportunities for this state, who want to move forward, and I believe part of the grace that was extended by those families of the Charleston 9 and others who have suffered as a result of some of the things that have occurred in our dark past. We can turn the page by creating a new day for South Carolina. And so this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, this amendment, if it succeeds, we do not need to do anything to jeopardize the momentum that we have here tonight. We need to do the right thing. As so many times that they say in the African American church, it's not about us. It's not about us.
Mr. Govan, that's your first 10 minutes, sir.
I'll take another 10.
It's granted.
It's about our children and our grandchildren. I'm just going to ask you, as you sit there and as you contemplate this vote, I have a great deal of respect for my friend Rick Quinn. We've served many years together, and he knows that. We have such a great opportunity here tonight. It's not about black and white. It's about an issue of the heart. Let's pass a clean bill. And we'll work together to make the other part, what he's talking about, right. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, it's not about us. The time is right, the need is great, and the reasons are compelling that we do the right thing right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Mr. Merrill is recognized to speak. Mr. Merrill is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Is that right? You're not? Okay.
Mr. Merrill is recognized.
I'm going to try and bring this back around real fast. And when I say fast, I actually do mean fast. I heard Gilda talk, my friend Gilda over there, and she talked about a clean bill. We keep going over this whole idea of a clean bill. I guess that's, Gilda and I laugh a little bit. A lot of times we talk about clean bills when they come from the Senate, and we don't like clean bills. So it's sort of what's good for the goose is good for the gander sort of scenario, you know. And oh, that's different. Yeah, she's saying that's different right now. As far as Joe was talking, I'll leave grace to my friend Joe. I don't know Shinola about grace, as you all know. But whatever we're talking about grace, that really doesn't have much to do with this. It doesn't have anything to do with this. And finally, as whatever Jerry was talking about, I went to sleep. So I don't really know what Jerry was saying either. The bottom line is this. I'm joking, Jerry. Come on, get that scowl off your face. The bottom line is this. This bill does not do anything that we did not want. This amendment rather, removes the flag from the grounds. It removes it, eradicates it, leaves it, takes it away. When the governor signs it, it comes down. All it does is provide a little bit of, well, it doesn't even that, provides instruction to the director over at the relic room to figure out an appropriate place for the flag and then to come back with a budget. That's it. There is no reason to oppose this bill other than the wanting of a clean bill. Well, the last time I found out, the House doesn't just automatically abdicate its right to be the House of Representatives and review a bill and amend things because we want a clean bill and the Senate wants a clean bill. The only thing that's going to happen is if we put this amendment on here, the Senate, who has worked a grand total of about 15 minutes on this stuff, is going to have to leave Club Med, come back here, approve the amendment, and then we'll have the rest of the bill and it'll be done. The governor will sign it and we'll be finished with this thing. This is a non-entity. This is a red herring, and it's something that gives a little bit of, not peace, but a little bit of solace to both sides. I encourage everyone to vote for this. Let's be done with this argument, and then let's move along.
Ms. Tinkler's right. I'm sorry. Ms. Horn's recognized for a question. Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Merrill, now you and I are both members of the Charleston delegation, correct?
I think you have some of Charleston. I'm not totally sure.
Okay. Can you tell me, if we amend this bill, how much longer and how many more days that flag is going to continue to fly in the face of the Charleston 9? Can you tell me how long that's going to take to get this flag down?
Well, I appreciate you treading on emotion continuously, but the fact of the matter is that it won't be more than a day or two.
How do you know that?
Because the Senate can call in whenever they want to. They can come in the minute we pass this in third reading, and then they can come in and agree to it, and it'll come right, or it'll be gone. Go to the governor.
And they non-concur.
And actually, if you study the rules, you'd know they could do it even faster.
And if they non-concur, what happens then?
Well, if they non-concur, then we would have trouble. They'd go to a conference committee.
Okay, and how long would that take?
Well, maybe no longer than it would take for Mr. Pitts to keep going on his 400 amendments if we don't get an amendment like this.
So would you agree with me, Mr. Merrill, that it would be more expedient for this body to adopt what the Senate has done and then come back in January and deal with the other issues that are addressed in this amendment?
No, I think it'll be more divisive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Merrill, but I want to know, what are we going to tell the people in Charleston when we go back to Charleston tomorrow? What are we going to tell them?
What I'd tell them is I'd amend that you amended the bill so that you had a good, that you didn't do anything, that you removed it from the grounds, that you also were at least somewhat sympathetic to people who have some historical attachment to that and to what's happening, that nothing has changed in the bill whatsoever, and that the House did its duty.
But we will not have removed it, in fact. It will still be flying when we return.
You could vote however you want. It won't be removed this minute anyway. There's still a number of steps that'll go forward. Let's say the governor has an epiphany and something changes. That's part of the legislative process, Ms. Horn.
Well, I'm going to move to table your amendment, Mr. Merrill, respectfully. I just wanted to let you know before I did that.
Well, I pretty much imagined you would, and I'm hoping you'll lose. Who knows?
Mr. James Smith recognized for a question. Mr. Sandifer is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Merrill, are you aware that there is a charge to get into the State Museum?
Yeah, I am now that you said that, yeah.
Okay. Are you also aware that there's a charge to go into the Confederate relic room in addition to that museum charge?
I didn't know that, Mr. Sandifer.
Well, and I find it interesting that we're talking about taking our grandchildren, our great-grands, or whomever, you know, a poor family that might want to see something about their ancestry would have to pay a fee to go in twice to see those artifacts.
I understand what you're saying, but really what you're talking about, the only difference from the way it is now is that the flag would be in the relic room. The monument will still be on the grounds, so that's really the only thing that'll be moved. But I do agree with you. It's bizarre that we have a charge to go in to see those things.
And Mr. Merrill, that a part of what has been sold to us in this amendment is a memorial that has the names of all the 21,000 people inscribed upon it. And apparently that is supposed to be in or around the relic room as well. So are we going to charge an admission to that as well?
I don't know, Mr. If there's one charge now, I assume it would still be. But as you know, we've waived the rent for the State Museum before. We could probably address this in the budget next year and figure out a way to either have free days so that they could go in, or to figure out some way to help them or make that portion of it free of charge and with the general admission.
And I think that's well and good, did you know? But the problem is there's no assurance of that, and as we all know, the budget doesn't go into effect until the following July. So in that interim period anyway, those charges were probably going to be made, would you say?
I didn't really understand.
No, I mean, Mr. Merrill, you sit on Ways and Means. The budget does not go in effect until the following July.
Right.
If this takes effect on January 1, then we're still looking at 6 or 7 months of those charges being made.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn recognized for a question.
Ms. Merrill, so just from a scheduling standpoint, let's assume that we stay here tonight, we pass this amendment, we stay here tonight, get through the rest of the amendments, and send it. We come back for third reading tomorrow, correct? If we accomplish that.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, even if we went past midnight, this is still the continuation of this initial day, as Mr. Bingham and I were just talking about. So we'd still be able to do third reading tomorrow.
So, having said that, at that point, the Senate, even if they were to non-concur on which would be Thursday tomorrow,
right,
correct, Let's assume that's the case, although I find it remarkable that just asking for a plan by January 1st would cause them not to just concur with it. But we could have a conference on Friday, correct?
We could.
Have a report, governor signs it, and if this body votes to take the flag down from the monument, it could be done on Saturday, correct?
Absolutely.
So basically, those who would say that this is going to keep the flag flying in the face of people that it offends, there's a pathway here if we pass this amendment to have everything happen by Saturday if this House votes to take the flag down, correct?
That's exactly right.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bingham recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Merrill, let me just ask you one other question because Mr. Quinn was going over it. Technically, if the Senate would do like we did and they stayed in here like we did for them in order to receive a bill, we could have third reading if this amendment passed tomorrow. The Senate could concur tomorrow. It could go to the governor tomorrow. The governor could sign it tomorrow, and there is no holdup. I mean, this is an instant process. This is not like it has to go through sitting on the calendar or anything. They can immediately take it up and concur.
Yeah.
So technically, if they would sit in chambers like we are and wait on the bill or agree to come back like we have, then we could do it instantly. So the time element, you may not agree with the amendment or not, but the time element has nothing to do with it.
That's exactly right. The time element has nothing to do with it. And the fact is, right now, the only thing that would stop them from doing it is just them not wanting to come back to Columbia and do their job. Listen, they haven't dealt with us, James. We skipped the committee process. We have skipped the committee process and done this on the floor, all right? We have done something we do with virtually no other bills, and we're debating this here. We have every right to offer amendments and to come out there and to talk about the process and to try and put things on there that we think is good for our constituency. The idea that you would not is insane. If this was being done in a proper manner and not being done for political expediency in some instances, and some instances because we think it's the right thing to do, then it would be done. We're here. When was sine die? June 4th. We've been here over a month more than we're supposed to be. Some of that is our own fault, but most of it's the freaking Senate's fault.
Mr. Merrill, that's your first 10 minutes.
I'd like to keep railing on the Senate for a few more if you want me to.
Enjoy yourself, Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, but if they'll vote, I'll step away. Can we vote or what? If we're going to vote, I'm cool. Otherwise, I'm going to yabber. What do you want to do? All right.
Question is adoption of Amendment 5656. Ms. Horn, for what purpose do you rise? Ms. Horn moves to table Amendment 56. Ms. Cobb-Hunter requests roll call. 9 members second, 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
Okay.
Have all members wishing to vote voted? Time has expired. The clerk will close the polls and tabulate by a vote of 53-66. The House refuses to table Amendment 56. The question before us is adoption of Amendment 56. Ms. Tinkler is asked to speak on Amendment 56. Mr. Hart, what purpose do you rise?
Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of order on this particular amendment. I want to direct your attention to S-895, which is concurrent resolution, the sine die resolution. Specifically, it talks about legislation concerning the South Carolina Infantry battle flag of the Confederate States of America, surrounding arrangement located at the Confederate Soldier Monument on the grounds of the state capitol complex. This particular amendment talks about the Confederate Relic Room and Military Museum. It is not germane to the sine die resolution.
Mr. Quinn, you wish to be heard in this matter?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. The sine die resolution very specifically says that we will consider two items. One is the South Carolina Infantry battle flag for the Confederate States of America and, meaning all, not or, just and, surrounding arrangement located at the Confederate Soldiers Monument. This amendment merely deals with how we will handle the Confederate battle flag that's currently flying at the monument and what will happen once it's removed. This is clearly within the sine die resolution.
Anyone else wish to be heard for our rule? Mr. Hart, in reading, and I have the concurrent resolution in front of me, it says the legislation concerning the South Carolina Infantry battle flag of the Confederate States of America and surrounding arrangement located at the Confederate Soldier Monument on the grounds of State House Capitol may be also introduced. In looking at this amendment, the purpose of this amendment is dealing with the disposition of the South Carolina, the proper disposition and handling the South Carolina Infantry battle flag of the Confederate States of America. So I deem that it is within the concurrent resolution. It is within the sine die. Ms. Tinkler is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I know that we have been here for hours today, but I stand before you as a proud member of the Charleston delegation, a proud South Carolinian, but I also stand before you today for the next 50 years of South Carolina. We have, Representative Horn touched briefly on economic development, and as I'm sure that all of y'all have received, like me, we have received a letter from Ted Pitts, who's the president and CEO of the South Carolina Chamber of Commerce. The South Carolina business community has respectfully requested that we pass a bill that removes the flag and its 15-year-old flagpole from the State House grounds. Removing that flag and that flagpole supports investment and job creation opportunities. It expands market opportunities for South Carolina goods and services. It helps attract a diverse and talented workforce to this state. It enhances tourism opportunities. It moves all of South Carolina businesses forward. And I stand before you today as someone, again, from Charleston, where, in the Tri-County area, where we have had a lot of great business opportunities come in. Governor Haley's done a wonderful job at bringing tourism and industry here to South Carolina, as have members of this community, this General Assembly, and community leaders. And so I ask us to also focus on some important issues here with economic development. And again, as Representative Horn touched on it, it's certainly a good, important reason to take this flag and the flagpole down. Thank you.
Mr. Ott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, like Representative Tinkler said, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to figure out a way to draw some conclusion to it very soon. Mr. Quinn has introduced his amendment, and I've been sitting over there for the last 45 minutes to an hour listening to the debate back and forth as to the merits of the amendment. I stand before you having to admit that I can't really find much fault in the language of his amendment. My concern, however, just like many of yours, is what any amendment does to the potential of the bill that we have before us.
Mr. Ott, let me get a little order. Some members saying they can't hear.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know the hour's late. I know we're working on different things. If we could kind of take our discussions to the side to give the respect to both the speaker and those that need to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, going back, simply put, I don't necessarily have any objection to what Representative Quinn is trying to do. I listened to the comments of Representative Cobb Hunter. I was not able to attend the relic room yesterday, but I understand that there was some fruitful conversation that took place, and I don't think necessarily that even Ms. Cobb Hunter has any objection to what Mr. Quinn is trying to accomplish. Now, I'll say this. I don't think that we have to have this amendment, Mr. Quinn, to be able to accomplish what you're doing. I think the Confederate relic room and the director could absolutely do everything that is in this language on his or her own. And in fact, I would expect for them to prepare a budget and present that to the General Assembly next year. But nevertheless, in an attempt to compromise like we've been talking about, in an attempt to accomplish what Mr. Quinn is trying to accomplish, and also in an attempt to keep a bill clean, which is what many of us feels need to happen so that delay does not occur, what I have done is I have put on the desk two resolutions. I've put a House resolution and I have put a joint resolution on the desk with certain members' signature. I would welcome any of you to sign on to these two resolutions. All we have to do is recur to the morning hour, have them read across the desk. As you all know, a House resolution, we don't even have to have 3 readings. On the joint resolution, we can give it first today, second tomorrow, and theoretically third by unanimous consent on Friday, if you feel like it has to be binding. But just like with any other House resolutions, we recommend to DOT all the time through House resolutions on renaming roads. And they take that into consideration. I feel like a House resolution would accomplish everything that you're trying to accomplish with this amendment, but it will not jeopardize the bill. So again, going back to what we've all been trying to accomplish today, and as in the words of some of my other colleagues, this is a win-win, because I do not feel that the language itself is problematic. I simply feel that by adopting an amendment, all of the work that has currently been done up to this point goes down the drain. And I do feel just as passionately as Representative Horn does when she took this podium and expressed to you the problems with adopting an amendment. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask all of you to sign on to the resolutions that we have before us. Let's get those resolutions passed. Let's direct the Confederate relic room to do exactly what you want them to do, Mr. Quinn, so that when we come back in January, we'll know the amount of money that we need to have to make sure that the battle flag that currently flies on the lawn is displayed in a manner which is respectable and which we all deem to be appropriate. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Mr. Pitts is recognized for a question. Ms. Cobb Hunter recognized for a question.
You got me, Boo? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ott, please,
yes,
did you know how appreciative I am of you offering this amendment?
I appreciate you saying that, Ms. Cobb Hunter.
And Mr. Ott, would it be accurate to say that basically what you have done here since the word compromise has been floated around here all day and all night, would it be accurate to say that you are offering a compromise here to our colleagues in the chamber who feel so strongly that Mr. Quinn's amendment has to be adopted? Do you see what this is doing as a compromise, quote unquote, for language that people seem passionate about?
I can see how it would be considered a compromise, but I can also see that it's an alternative. And that might be the word that I think better suits this proposal, is this is an alternative to accomplish the exact same thing that Mr. Quinn is trying to accomplish.
Would it be accurate, and I prefer the word alternative as well, Mr. Ott, would it be accurate for us to say that this alternative that you have put on the table does not have the same impact from a timing standpoint that Mr. Quinn's amendment will do? But it actually does the same thing. Let me ask it a different way, if I may, Mr. Ott.
Sure.
What Ms. Horn talked about very passionately, and what Representative Neal and a couple of others who've taken the podium said, as I understood it, was we're all good with what Mr. Quinn is trying to do, but we're concerned from a timing standpoint that the process will be inevitably delayed if we adopt his amendment. Is that an accurate statement?
That is certainly an accurate statement about my concerns. And quite frankly, we can get Mr. Quinn's language enacted before we leave to go home tonight. I mean, we recur, we get this House resolution passed, and that's done.
And so, Mr. Ott, if I may, again, we are in a special session here, but as I recall our conversations from January to June of this year, have we not in the House talked a lot about standalone bills and the importance of standalone legislation?
Absolutely, and not dovetailing and making sure that the focus
right.
is what we want the focus to be on. And I think, you know, going back and not to veer off too much from what I'm trying to accomplish here, but I do believe that the vast majority of the folks in this room, and certainly the Senate and across the state, want us to stay focused on why we're here. And I think we all know why we're here for this special session.
And again, my final question to you, Mr. Ott, would be the alternative that we have before us in your amendment would simply do what Mr. Quinn has attempted to do, that we, by the vote we've taken, have said is important. But what he is doing, what we would be doing in your amendment is not running into this time crunch.
That's right. And again, I don't have an amendment. I'm actually introducing resolutions.
Right,
Both
and I apologize,
a House
hours
resolution
late.
and a joint resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Ott. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Loftus rises for a question.
Representative Ott, I have a question for you. Does your resolutions meet the parameters of the sine die and what we're going to take up in the sine die?
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Loftus, because that was certainly a concern of mine before I even had them drawn up. And obviously, one of the first barriers was the fact that Mr. Quinn's amendment passed germaneness, a question of germaneness earlier. And then obviously I worked with House staff, and I've been given an opinion that yes, it does meet the parameters of the sine die resolution that we had passed. So yes, sir. And again, going back, the language that is in the resolutions is identical to the amendment that Representative Quinn has put before us.
Mr. White is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ott, I appreciate you offering the joint resolutions. But isn't the purpose of what we've been here today, everybody says a clean bill, don't amend it, get a clean bill. And in that case, the Senate's already said they're going to non-concur. But if we pass a clean bill, doesn't that go straight to the governor and the Senate will not come back to take up a joint resolution?
Well, again,
that's what he said.
Again, Mr. White, that is a great question, but that's why I also introduced a House resolution, which, as you know, does not have to go to the Senate. So we can pass a House.
You did both.
I did both, yes, sir.
Okay, because I thought I heard you say you did a joint resolution to take care of the same thing. So.
I did two resolutions that do the same thing, yes, sir. The House resolution and the joint resolution, both with the same language. So I was just trying to cover bases, Mr. White, trying to make everybody feel more comfortable.
All right, sir.
That's right. I learned that from you.
Mr. Stavronakis is recognized to speak on the amendment. Sorry, Mr. Ott, I don't believe you have any further questions, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stavronakis recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stavronakis is recognized. Please give him your attention.
Mr. Ott, thank you for that really, really smart move. Ms. Horn, thank you. You know, Jenny didn't just, Representative Horn, didn't just spill out a lot of emotion that a lot of us are feeling. I mean, she certainly did that. But also a lot of confusion that a lot of us are feeling about why the Senate, who for the better part of 3 years hadn't been able to chew gum and walk at the same time, could take this up and pass it by an overwhelming margin, only taking up 3 amendments, and we've been here all day with over 60 amendments. And a lot of us have sat quietly all day, me included, but frustration starts to set in. I agree with what most have said about this amendment. You know, I mean, I don't think anybody really has any heartburn about the substance of the amendment. But before I talk about the amendment, let me just say how sad it will be, how profoundly sad it will be, especially now that we have another vehicle available to us, if we amend this bill and delay what we need to do for the people of South Carolina. How sad it will be if the House of Representatives can't meet the same standard that our governor set for us. How sad it will be if the House of Representatives can't meet the standards of the South Carolina Senate. How sad it will be if we can't meet the standards of our 2 U.S. senators. How sad will that be for all of us who serve in here and love this body? I get really mad when people talk bad about the legislature, about the House and the Senate. I really do. We make fun of the Senate in a collegial way. They make fun of us in the same way. I was so glad when our speaker came down here and told the governor it wasn't right to say the things she said about the legislature. But you know what? Maybe we need to look in the mirror a little bit about why people say some of the things they say about us. And today's a good example. And this amendment's a good example, in my opinion. Because like I said, I don't have any problem with the substance of it. But let's get real for a minute. The Senate, first of all, in their bill, addressed this. It's in there. Give me a second. It says, upon its removal, the flag shall be transported to the Confederate relic room for appropriate display. Not to be dumped in a trash can, not to be set in a basement forever, for appropriate display. That's what the legislation says. These are, I mean, you know, these are the people that run the Confederate relic room, run the Confederate relic room. Are they the kind of people that we think are going to look at that bill and say, no, we're not going to display the flag, we're going to burn it or throw it in a trash can? Of course they are going to do the right and respectful thing that they should do with the flag when it goes over there. Of course they are. So the amendment just isn't necessary. The other thing we heard is they don't have the resources. I mean, the Senate looked at that too. It's in the fiscal impact statement.
They weren't anticipating that it would be thrown away or never to be seen again. It says, the agency estimates that refurbishment of existing space and creation of a display may require a one-time expenditure of at least $1 million and change, as well as recurring expenditures of $130,000 a year. Does that sound like a Senate and a body that are anticipating not doing the right thing with the flag when it leaves? And we heard my great friend, Jim Merrill, who I love dearly, talking about what is the Senate going to do when we amend? Well, we don't know what they're going to do. They can do this, they can do that. They already did it, folks. They already non-concurred. It's in the journal. They already appointed their conference committee. So the delay that some of us fear is etched in stone if we amend this bill. It is a sure thing. And I will add with some pride that I think they learned that from us. We did the exact same thing during the budget bill. We, in advance, passed a non-concurrence motion, appointed a conference committee, and got out of here. We didn't wait for them. They didn't wait for us. I wonder if we're to seriously believe that there's some hidden danger in this bill to the artifact that we're talking about, to the heritage. And I thought about that. Could there really be some hidden danger to Confederate heritage in here? And then I asked myself, is Senator Tom Alexander going to vote for something that really is a hidden agenda to disrespect Confederate heritage? Is Senator Kevin Bryant going to vote for something that really is a hidden agenda to disrespect Confederate heritage? Is Senator Tom Davis going to do it? Senator Leatherman, Senator Larry Martin, Senator Thurman, Senator Tom Young, Senator Paul Campbell, Senator John Corson? Seriously? He's going to do something, vote for a bill that secretly might disrespect Confederate history? No way. And I could go down the list. I could go down the list. You know, we've talked a lot about a lot of different things today. Compromise, grace. Normally, you talk about grace, like Representative Neal said, as something given, not asked for. And I hope after today that we deserve some grace. I really do, when we're done here. On the subject of compromise, I'm all about that. Everybody here knows me well. I work with any and everybody in this chamber to get things done for South Carolina. But I can't, in good conscience, vote for an amendment tonight. I can't, because I can't go home and tell my people that politics was more important than them. Respectfully and truthfully, I can't go home and tell them that the flag was more important than their feelings, their hurt, their pain, their anguish, their expectation that we would meet the challenge that every other branch of South Carolina government has already met. Their hope that they put in us to do this now and get it done. I can't go home in good conscience and tell my people over an amendment that the Senate bill already addresses and that we have other vehicles on the desk, if there's any concern at all, will be addresses them. I just can't go home in good conscience and do that. And I think that all of you tonight, before you vote on this amendment and anyone that comes after it, should think of Charleston and everywhere else in this state as your home and ask yourself the same question. Can you go home home meaning everywhere in this state, home meaning anywhere in this state, and explain how this amendment, well-intentioned as it is, was more important than the message we need to send tonight, the challenge that we need to meet tonight. Like Representative Bedingfield said, I love everybody in here. I'm not going to be mad at anybody. But I have to say, if we adopt an amendment, I'm going to be very disappointed, very hurt for my people. And I don't mean anybody, but everybody in this state. We have got to meet this challenge, you guys. We have got to meet this challenge. It's right in front of us.
That's your first 10 minutes, Mr. Stavronakis.
And every other branch of this government.
Mr. Stavronakis requests his second 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every other branch of this government has met it. It's our time. It's not the past anymore. It's our time today. Whatever you're concerned about isn't a real concern or can be addressed with what's on the desk. Let's vote down this amendment. Let's pass this bill. And let's end this for South Carolina for good. Please, please. Thank you.
Mr. Hosey is recognized. Ms. Horn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. What I'd like to say is I want to thank Representative Ott for giving us something that we can do as an alternative to amending the bill. Because as we know, in the Republican caucus meeting today, we had a discussion with our Speaker who said that he had talked with Senator Leatherman and the Senate would not come back until at least Monday. He also told our Speaker that he will not concur in an amendment that does what we are trying to do. So I have it on pretty good authority, ladies and gentlemen of this body, that a vote to amend this bill will potentially delay this issue for weeks and months. And I, for one, would really like to get back to my family, to my law practice, to my parents and my in-laws who need me to help take care of them. I have been very disappointed today. I felt like this was an endurance test. Thankfully, I'm up for the challenge, but if I had known how long we would be here today, I would have worn tennis shoes. And yes, I am pretty emotional. I'm a pretty passionate person. You guys all know that. You ladies know that. But this is, if you cannot be moved by the suffering of the people of Charleston, then you don't have a heart. And I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I support Mr. Ott's resolution that does exactly what my good friend Rick Quinn's amendment does. Because every day, no one can tell me how long it's going to take this conference committee. And every day we leave this flag out here beyond what we could be doing tonight. Shame on us. Shame, shame, shame on the House. And I, for one, would like, particularly my colleagues in Charleston, to not vote for this amendment and to adopt the resolutions that Mr. Ott has prepared for us so skillfully. So we can go back to Charleston and say, you know what? It took us a long time, and we did a lot of debate, and there were a lot of feelings that were probably hurt today. But you know what? At the end of the day, we did the right thing. And ladies and gentlemen, doing the right thing is the hardest thing to do. So I would ask you all to dig deep and find the courage to do the right thing for the people of Charleston and the people of South Carolina. Thank you.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it's in order, I'd like to move that we recur to the morning hours so that Mr. Ott's bill can be read across the Mr. Ott's resolution can be read across the desk. Just want to read his resolution across the desk so that it is indeed an alternative that can be considered, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Cobb Hunter moves that we recur to the morning hour. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I give you division vote.
Okay, I want to speak. If we lose this vote.
30-second vote. 30-second vote.
We got everybody in here?
Hey, where's Joe? Joe right here.
Time has expired. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. By a vote of 55 to 53, we do not recur in the morning hour. Ms. Cobb Hunter? Ms. Cobb Hunter, you want to be heard on this bill? We've got other folks waiting at this point. If I'll add your name. If you want, I'm sorry, if you want to be heard on the amendment, we've got 4 other people waiting to be heard on this amendment. Ms. Cobb Hunter has a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a parliamentary inquiry, if I may. Given the fact that by 2 votes we are unable to indeed offer an alternative to those who would seek one, is there any other way that that could be done tonight other than at the appropriate time attempting once more to recur to the morning hours?
Ms. Cobb Hunter, your initial motion took place about 10 after 10. In 1 hour, you could make the same motion. That would be your only option from
Just to follow up on that then, so would it be accurate to suggest that we have an hour to convince 3 people that it makes sense for us to recur to the morning hours?
Ms. Cobb Hunter, that higher math confounds me. You've been here a lot longer than I have. I'm sure you know what you need to do.
Praise the Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pitts is recognized next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to stay up here long. What I want to do is point out one thing. I want to point out that there has been an absolute evidence of a double standard or dual standard shown to me today. And that's disingenuous. And that double standard is increasing the numbers, I believe, that may vote against the bill in the end if it comes up the Senate bill. So what I want to ask you is what happens at that point? Think about it.
Mr. Howard's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Get a little bit of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I strongly encourage my colleagues tonight to let's not treat this like a Carolina-Clemson football game where we have teams and we're trying to win. We have families that has been grossly impacted all over this state with this terrible tragedy. And I commend Mr. Ott, who's given us a vehicle to meet our needs. But we seem to have an issue with winners and losers. We all will be winners tonight if we accept Mr. Ott's resolution to achieve what we're trying to achieve. Now, we've been here approximately, 12, 14 hours, and I have not had anything to say tonight. I just sit and observe. and hopefully, we will come together and not be so competitive about winners and losers, and allow a clean bill to pass. And let's move expeditiously to take the flag down. Because the longer we wait, the more problems we're going to endure. You all do not understand, we come from different communities. We all come from different backgrounds, different communities. You guys do not know what is brewing. And we are a contributor to bad things that may happen or about to happen because we are playing politics with the lives of the citizens of the state of South Carolina. And we say it's about moving this flag to the relic room with respect and dignity and all. And Mr. Artis offered us that. So please, when we have an opportunity, I'm not taking any questions, when we have an opportunity to do this, let's do the right thing and start playing politics with the citizens of the state of South Carolina. Thank you.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I, kind of like Representative Howard, haven't come up to this podium tonight. You heard from me once earlier, but I sit around and I've listened to the discussion, particularly on this amendment, and it really has me thinking, it has me wondering, and quite frankly, it has me a bit upset. I've got to be honest, I'm a bit upset. And the debate here today has been, for the most part, fairly pleasant given the issues that we're talking about, and people have been courteous of one another, because we're talking about a very contentious and important issue. But I want to take a second and point out just a couple of things. The first, and my position has been known very well, is that the flag that, as we stand in here and sit in here, is outside waving proudly in the night breeze. That flag needs to come down. And that flag needs to come down sooner rather than later. Now, everyone in here has heard the governor call for the flag to come down, congressmen to call for the flag to come down, individuals across the state. But let's talk a little bit about something that's important to all of us. Republican, Democrat, black, white, rich, poor, and that's business. That's industry, okay? You've seen after the Mother Emanuel shooting and how this mass murderer, whose name I won't mention because he doesn't deserve it, used the flag to symbolize hate for people like myself, people like Representative Clyburn, Representative Hodges, for hate merely because of the color of our skin, because of the color of Senator Pinckney's skin, because of the color of the other 8 members of Mother Emanuel's skin. That's what the flag signified to him. And businesses know that now, and some may have known it before. But when Walmart takes issue with the flag, when Amazon takes issue with the flag, when eBay takes issue with the flag, we're not talking about some small mom and pop business. And I love small mom and pop businesses because y'all know I'm from Bamberg, and that's what is the lifeblood of my area. But when these major industries take issue with the flag and they want it down, that's just more evidence that it needs to come down, and it needs to come down now. Each and every one of you in here know that if this amendment passes, the flag is not going to come down anytime soon. And you can say, well, it's going to go to the Senate, and we're going to go to a conference committee and this and that. And that's fine, and that probably will happen at some point. But the fact of the matter is the flag is going to be up outside this State House much longer than it needs to be. Okay? There's no question about that. And if big business won't do it for some of you all, let me point out something else. As I sat here and I listened to people like Representative Pitts and Representative Quinn talk about remembering Senator Clementa Pinckney's smile. In fact, Representative Pitts said, 13 years ago, one of the few things that I remember is Senator Pinckney's smile. And I think we all agree that he did have one heck of a smile, and many of us remember it. But the smile that I remember most, and I want everyone in here to hear this, everyone in the cookie room to hear this, and everyone outside and everyone watching to hear this. The smile that I remember most is the smile that was on his face when he was right outside those doors in the rotunda. That's the smile that I remember most. And I stood out there with other representatives, with other senators, standing watch with him so that he wouldn't be alone out there the entire time. And I didn't have the privilege of serving up here with him for an extended period of time. This is my first term, but I can tell you this, is that when I, as a 27-year-old young minority male from Bamberg, South Carolina, said I was going to run, he was one of the first who stood up and said, son, you can do it. Keep your head up, offer tips and advice. He was somewhat of a mentor. But that's the smile that I remember. And as I saw thousands of people walk past him in line, waiting outside for 2.5 hours, coming in sweat drenched, and they walked past and they shed tears of sadness, that's the smile that I remember. And what I want to ask you is that if you can sit in here tonight and know that in voting for this amendment, when there is a completely good alternative in what Representative Ott has mentioned to you all, if you can vote for that amendment knowing that it is going to delay that flag coming down, and I won't say that that's the purpose for all of y'all voting for it, but I will say that I believe it's the purpose for some people voting for it. If you can do that, ask yourself, is that after you push your button and cast your ballot, is that something that Senator Pinckney can look down on you and smile about? I don't think it is. But knowing Senator Pinckney, I can guarantee you that he'll look down on you no matter which way you vote and smile, because that's the type of person he was. Now, we have seen a lot of tragedy here in South Carolina this year. I personally have been involved in a lot of tragedy in South Carolina. From Walter Scott to now. These things are horrible. They rock communities. They rock towns. They have caused shifts in this state that we have not seen in a very, very, very long time. The fact that we are here discussing this flag tonight is evidence of that. And people will say, the flag did not make him do it. And I don't agree with it. I do not disagree with them making that statement. I don't think the flag made this young man do that. People say that this young man had a cloak of hate on, that hate made him do it. Let me tell you something. This young man was cloaked in hate. But do you know what his hate was cloaked in? His hate was cloaked in the flag that is waving outside right now. It needs to come down. And we have the opportunity to do it. We have the opportunity to do it in a way that doesn't discredit anyone else's heritage. It doesn't take away from other people's love for what their families have done and what their ancestors did.
Mr. Bamberg, let me know when you're ready for questions.
It doesn't take away from any of that, because there are alternatives on the table here. For some reason, and I don't know what it is, that do you all think that in voting in such a way that brings the flag down now, means that we can't take up some of this other stuff later? Is that what some of you all think? Because that's not the case. There isn't a thing that we have talked about in these amendments tonight that can't be taken up, pre-filed in December, or discussed in January. The flag needs to come down tonight. Period. I understand that for many of you, your position on an issue such as this makes your job as a representative in your district very difficult. I understand that, and I respect that, and it's something that, as politicians, everybody thinks about. But I ask you all to keep in mind the concept of political courage. And many of y'all are going to look at me and think that as a Democrat from Bamberg, South Carolina, what do I know about political courage? Well, let me tell y'all something that y'all may not know, is that my district isn't as safe as it was historically. My district, the district that Justin Bamberg represents, isn't the same district that Bakari Sellers represented before the lines were redrawn. I won my election by 151 votes. 151 votes. A large part of my district is chock full of Republicans. It's chock full of Confederate flag lovers. It's chock full of people that don't like me for various reasons, some of which are reasons that I have no control over. So I know about political courage. I'm not just asking you all to take a stand and make a decision because I know that my decision ain't going to impact me. I got the same thing to lose as all of y'all, but sometimes when you do the right thing, it's worth it. And I think people will respect every single one of us for doing the right thing, and the right thing is to remove that flag now.
Ms. Sandifer is recognized. Ms. Sandifer, then Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bamberg, you referenced the two things that Mr. Ott has introduced, and let me address them in order. First of all, a concurrent resolution. Do you really think that if we were to pass that, that the Senate would take it up before we come back in January? Or joint resolution, same difference.
To be honest with you, Representative Sandifer, and I say this with the utmost complete respect, is that I don't know whether or not they will, but what I do know is that if we go with that idea versus this.
Mr. Bamberg, I'm sorry to tell you, but your first 10 minutes is up. Would you like the second 10 minutes? Second 10 minutes.
I don't know that it will necessarily pass before January, but what I do know, Representative Sandifer, is that if we pass a clean bill, that flag will be down. It will be down very quickly, and that flag will be down before the KKK comes down and celebrates out in front of it, which is what's going to happen if we pass this amendment.
And I'm assuming you know that, but that's okay. Did you also know that the House resolution that Mr. Ott has proposed really has no bearing at all because it does not have the force of anything? It is basically just a waste of good paper just to express the wishes of this House, but it doesn't do anything further. Did you know that?
I'll tell you this. I don't know exactly how long that resolution may take, but I'll tell you this is that it will get taken up. It will get taken up. And quite frankly, I think that it is irresponsible for us as a body elected to represent the citizens of South Carolina and do what's best for this state to put a resolution, a joint resolution, anything like that above the value of what it means to this state, to those 9 families, to that Charleston community, for that flag to come down now.
And Mr. Bamberg, did you know?
He's walked away. Thank you. Ms. Cobb-Hunter? You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Did you recognize me? Has my time
Yes,
started?
Ms. Cobb-Hunter, you're recognized, please, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, as has been pointed out, I'm not going to take a long time to share with you what I came to say, but just know that the gig is up. I think right now we see what the real deal is. So for any of you who were confused about any possible progress that would be made here, you're seeing evidence that we are in a posture of delay, delay, delay. Mr. Speaker and members, quite frankly, it is embarrassing to know that in this chamber, with all of the conversations we've had about goodwill, grace, mercy, and all of that, that we could not get enough members in this body to put their money where their mouth is by simply voting to allow Mr. Ott's resolution to be read across the desk. I ask you, for those of you who are sitting there thinking that I am not accurate in what I just said, then explain this to me. If you indeed are of the opinion that it is way past time for us to move this...
Excuse me, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. A little order in the place. Thank you. Quiet, please. Some members can't hear. Continue, please.
Mr. Speaker, you're a little soft with that gavel.
Well, I can be a lot louder, Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
At this hour and with this crowd, you're gonna have to be a little louder, baby.
Well, the Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Pope, he likes to break the hammer on it,
Pretend you're him and try at least breaking it.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, here's the point I'm making here in all seriousness. All Mr. Ott is asking for is a chance for us to have something other than what Mr. Quinn has before you. The question I have for you is simply this. You have heard comments from this podium that if we amend the bill, it will add to the time that it can be considered. That is on the record. Those of you who were in your caucus meeting this morning, from what Ms. Horn said from this podium, heard your speaker tell you that Senator Leatherman has said the Senate will not entertain any amendments from the House. Now, it's real hard for me to understand how you expect us to believe that you are serious about moving this flag in a timely manner when all you are doing here is delaying and stalling and trying to gum up the works. Mr. Speaker and members, you don't have to listen to me, but I will tell you one thing. There are a whole lot of people outside this chamber who are looking and listening to you. Mr. Speaker and members, let me be very clear with you. This is a seminal moment in our history. This is not a joke. There are 9 families who will never be the same because of actions of a man who used that flag to justify taking 9 precious lives. Now, you want to be important. You want people to bow and genuflect and be all on whatever it is. You got to understand that this is serious. If indeed you're not trying to stall Mr. Limehouse, then what's the problem? If indeed you want the flag to come down, and Mr. Merrill has taken the podium to say, look, we're on board with it coming down, but we just want to be able to have Mr. Quinn's amendment on there, that is disingenuous at best. What I believe you are doing, and Mr. Speaker, I understand there are some questions, so I'd be happy to stop if you are back there and paying attention and yield for any questions that I think my colleague, Mr. McLeod, has.
Mr. McLeod is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. I wanted to kind of return to some of the comments made by Mr. Bamberg. You know, we've heard comments about the big-time political operatives who support the Senate bill. 2 United States senators, the governor, all but 3 members of the Senate. Now, I'd like you to help me a little bit with the big-time business people who support the Senate proposal.
You know, Mr. McLeod, I'm so very glad you asked that question. Ms. Mayor, Representative Tinkler came up here. She's from Charleston. She read a letter from the chamber. We are always touting our chests and talking about how pro-business we are. And here we have letters not only from the state chamber, we have letters from individual chambers of commerce. We had the Manufacturers Alliance out there. We've had the cream of business in South Carolina say 2 things. Take it down, clean bill. Now, it's amazing to me that people like Mr. Sandifer, who chairs the LCI committee, and all of these other pro-business BIPEC members in here are just pretty much, it seems to me, to be thumbing their nose at the chamber and all of that. And I would say to you, Mr. McLeod, that I hope the business community out there will understand who is supporting their position. And my hope would be, Mr. McLeod, that the business community would start looking more at people's position on issues rather than whether they have an R or D by their name. Because if I were a business person who wanted this flag down, I would be taking a look at this chamber, particularly over here in the gated community, and say, you know, I need to rethink some of the support I've been given.
So let's get down to brass tacks. Ms. Cobb-Hunter, let's get down to brass tacks for a moment. Is it correct to say that Boeing in Charleston is strongly supportive of the Senate bill?
I would think they are.
Is it correct to say they provide for a host of jobs in the Berkeley, Charleston, Dorchester area?
Well, they say they are.
Well, what about Michelin?
Same.
Michelin's got plants in Greenville, Anderson, Lexington, about 5 of them.
Right.
It is correct to say that they strongly support the Senate bill.
Yes, sir.
What about our friends in Greer, BMW? They've issued a statement that they support the Senate bill.
And Mr. McLeod, it's interesting you would say BMW because, again, over here in the gated community, we've got the I-85 corridor, all of these upstate members here. I don't know, maybe they didn't get the letter. I'm not real sure. Maybe I'm not sure what's going on with that.
What about Sunoco Products in Hartsville, South Carolina? They've issued a statement.
Mr. McLeod, you know I love you dearly, and I don't want to be, I don't want to deprive colleagues who also want to come to the podium, so
well, it's correct to say that SCANA, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the State Chamber of Commerce all support the Senate bill.
Yes, sir, I think it would be safe to say that, and Mr. McLeod, I appreciate the question, and I would just end with this. Y'all, let's just get real here. If you don't want the bill, then let's skip all of this delaying and all of the stuff that y'all are engaging in right now. Why don't we just move forthright to a vote up or down on the bill? Let's call it a night, and you all can go and spend this any way you want to spend it. You've got all this national press here. You can practice on them about how and perfect your spin, because I'm here to tell you that you're going to need to perfect a spin to explain how you have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. You're going to need to be able to do that, and you're going to need to be able, when we talk about economic development, to respond to some of those potential people, businesses rather, out there who may have been looking at South Carolina, may have wanted to locate here, who in their right mind would want to come to a state with us in charge. Think about it. It leaves a lot to be desired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. McLeod. As always, thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. Mr. McKnight. Mr. McKnight is recognized for his first 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members of the House, good evening. We have a decision to make, and it's time that we get down to the business of making that decision. As my colleague, Representative Gilda Cobb-Hunter said, it's time to dispense with all pretenses, all the hiding, all the shenanigans. It's time for us to take a stand and let the world know where we will be. It was a few short weeks ago that one of our colleagues, Senator Pinckney, and 8 other people were murdered in Charleston. We had the flag of the United States, and we had our state flag at half-mast. But do you know what flag did not lower? Do you know what pride would not bow its head? Do you know what hubris would not mourn? It was the Confederate battle flag. And as we brought our colleague here to lay his body in state under the rotunda, his body that was murdered, the person that was killed in an act of hate, had to pass under the very symbol of that hate. Unbowed, unremorseful, unrepentant. So now, what will we do? What will we say to the world that looks at us right now and says, South Carolina, will you step into the 21st century and say resoundingly that symbols of hate and division will not be allowed to decorate the yard of the people's house? Or will you play to the lowest common denominator, to those people who claim heritage, and say that it's worth more than respecting the legacy of a colleague that died doing what he did best, preaching to his flock? We have a decision to make. Are we going to continue to tarry in the foolishness of 150 years ago? I sat here in disbelief as I saw colleague after colleague who wouldn't call the Civil War the Civil War. They wanted to paint over it and call it the War of Northern Aggression. That is a misnomer. It is a civil war. It divided this nation. Hundreds of thousands of people died, and we came together in 1865 under one flag, and that is the Stars and Stripes. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot pay homage to two flags. I served my country in the United States Army, and no, I wasn't as decorated as my colleague, Representative Hosey. I did 8 years in the reserves. But I pledge allegiance every morning to the flag of the United States of America. It is our flag, and we need to hold it as such and take anything else and put it in its proper place. Does the Confederate battle banner have a proper place in South Carolina? It does. It needs to be in the relic room. You have seen my colleague, Representative Ott, come forward and give us all a plan with which we can satisfy everyone. But what does it appear as if we're choosing to do? It seems as if a lot of us want to run out the clock, hold the ball, and let time go on so that nothing will get done. Well, guess what? The world is watching. And in the words of the great abolitionist William Wilberforce, you may choose to look away, but you can never again say that you did not know. You know that that flag divides our state. You know that that flag is embarrassing and shameful and promotes all types of division. But it seems as if we are choosing to continue that path. Shame on us, because we know better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. Stepped away. Mr. King. Mr. King is recognized for his first 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I stand before you tonight as a native South Carolinian. And I am truly, truly embarrassed to call South Carolina home. I'm embarrassed that my colleagues here in the State House of Representatives have chosen to forget about the 9 lives that were lost on June the 17th, including our dear colleague, Senator Clemente Pinckney. It is truly, truly a sad day in South Carolina. Many of you know that I have not supported the governor in many, many occasions. Tonight, I stand with my governor. I stand with my 2 U.S. senators. I stand with the Senate of South Carolina, asking, begging, pleading for us to bring South Carolina back together. We are broken. We are truly broken. As I travel across this country and around this world, I want to be proud to say that I'm a South Carolinian. Tonight, I cannot say it. We owe it to the people of this state. We owe it to the families. We owe it to ourselves to remove this flag from the State House grounds. Make South Carolina an inviting place for not just a few people, but for all people. I was impressed with the bipartisan support of the Senate when they passed a bill that was clean, that said, let's remove the Confederate flag off the State House grounds and start the healing process here in South Carolina. I was pleased with the Senate when they decided to say, I will forget about self and think about the people who are unemployed in South Carolina, the people who are less fortunate. I was proud of my state Senate. But in the chamber where I sit, and I have sat for the last 7 years, I'm truly truly embarrassed at my colleagues. That flag is painful to many of us. And we understand and respect the heritage that many of you all call it. But to many of us, we hurt. You talk about family. You talk about, oh, how I love you and how much I care about you. If we are hurting, and if you cared, we would not be where we are right now. I'm embarrassed about my state. Not only am I embarrassed as a Democrat, as a young black man in South Carolina, but your own Republican colleagues from the Senate wrote today that they are embarrassed. And I quote Senator Shealy, this is the very reason that the House of Representatives need to be responsible and stop whatever it is they are attempting to do. I listened today as they put up amendments after amendments, from planting flowers to removing everything on the State House grounds, one by one, except the grass. This is childish. And those doing this are well aware that it is not germane to the sign and die resolution. If they are waiting for someone else to be injured or killed, then it can rest on their shoulders. I have heard them call the Senate irresponsible today. There are some there that should look in the mirror. I'm embarrassed for them and for our great state. God bless South Carolina and keep us safe. From one of our own senators, Republican in this state, saying they are embarrassed by the act of the chamber in which I sit in, and I have so much pride of being here. What more does it have to take? Does it have to take another representative or a senator getting killed in this state for you to realize the pain and the hatred that is behind this flag? What does it take? I ask you all to please do what's right for South Carolina. We are not just only hurting the people in South Carolina, but we're hurting the economic development aspect of South Carolina, tourism in South Carolina, and we're hurting the families who lost their loved ones. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I hope that you find some place in your heart to do the right thing. Our colleague, Representative Ott, has given you exactly what you have asked for. Have given you exactly what you have asked for. It's no delay. We can vote on it tonight. We can get it to the Senate, or we can do a resolution that is right here in the House of Representatives. Let's don't fool the people of South Carolina. We can do this. We can do this. I've heard today we want to make sure that we have votes from the constituency that we serve. Our constituents elected us. They entrusted their vote in us. If they did not trust you, they would have not sent you here. You all are not the only ones getting the phone calls. I've been threatened. I've been told that I would never be elected again, but I will tell you one thing. I don't come here to be reelected. Because if I do the right thing, the people of my district will elect me again. And if they don't, the seat does not belong to me. It belongs to the people of District 49, and I recognize that. Everything that I've heard today has been about me, getting reelected. I don't stand here looking to get reelected. If the people of District 49 want to take me home tomorrow, I will be okay with that. I would be okay with that. I've been elected for 15 years now. 15 years I have given my life to public service. And me being down here will not stop me from serving the people I dear love. I hope that you all will recognize that being in these chambers and sitting in those seats do not belong to you, but they belong to the people of South Carolina. Let's not shame South Carolina to our nation and to this world. Let's do not shame South Carolina as we move forward and as we try to be progressive. Mr. Speaker, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Brown has a question.
No question. I want to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. King. Mr. Govan. Sorry. Mr. Govan, do you wish to speak? Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really wasn't my intention to come to the well, but I certainly felt impelled to do so. And I'm certainly here not talking to any of you because you all got your minds already made up. So I'm not talking to my colleagues in the body. I'm talking to those who may be watching from the comfort of their homes. I'm talking to those who think that South Carolina can be a better place to live, to work, and to raise a family. Certainly, we are not in shortage of opinions here. We're not in shortage of opinions in terms of where the flag should go. Everybody got opinions in terms of where we need to place this flag. Certainly, as a military man myself, I have a history, like all of you, and we all have a history, and so do I. Certainly, I've served our country in uniform. I made quite a lot of sacrifices. Matter of fact, I probably did more than some of you. I put my life on the line in combat, fighting for this country, fighting for this state. Matter of fact, let me put it like this. Yes, I've been shot at in Iraq. Yes. I ran across IEDs in Iraq for the sake of this country, for the sake of all of you who are sitting here. While you are sitting in your comfort homes, driving your luxury automobiles, men and women like me who wear the uniform are putting our lives on the line every day so that you can enjoy the comfort and the safety of this great state. Our governor has made a challenge to all of us here in South Carolina, along with the U.S. senators, along with the Senate. She's made a beck and call for South Carolina to move forward. And I think she said something as in terms of let's forget about our past. Let's move from our past and let's focus on our future. I think that sometimes we as the General Assembly, we are worse off than the people that we represent. Some of you didn't call it that. I got to repeat that. We are worse off than the people that we represent. At least the people that we represent can come to some kind of solutions about the things of life. But we here in this body seems to have a problem, seems to have a hard time coming to conclusions on things that do matter for the state of South Carolina. Certainly we want to honor those men and women and those soldiers who were killed in all the wars. Not only just the Civil War, but in all the wars. We want to honor those soldiers who gave the ultimate sacrifice, which was their life. And folks are giving their lives every day in battle for the sake of this country, for the sake of this state. And certainly we want to honor them and we want to reverence them for their great contribution to this country and to this state of South Carolina. I just think about the fact that, just think about in your own little mind, think about the fact that if this incident had to happen to you, in other words, put yourself, think about if you were Senator Clemente Pinckney. Think about if someone came into your church. Think about if someone took the lives of your friends and your folks who serve with you in the church. Think about it. If it was you, how would you feel? How would you feel? Certainly, we know that this flag has divided the state of South Carolina. We know that. We know that this flag is very divisive. We know that. We know that this flag needs to be removed. We know that. We know all of those things. We know that. But what are we doing as a body? What are we doing as individuals to work together, to heal our nation, to heal our state from such tragedy? Certainly it's been a tragedy here in the state of South Carolina. While the world watch what's going on here, while the world watch South Carolina to see if South Carolina is ready to move forward, well, we're at a standstill. We're about like stale water. We sit all night and all day as the mosquitoes gather. As the mosquitoes gather around to drink of the water and to be born and to be birthed, that's what we do. We need some fresh water here in South Carolina. We need a running stream. We need a fresh flow of water that can run through South Carolina to give South Carolina a newness that it needs. Certainly the business in the world want that too. Certainly BMW want that. Certainly the Sunoco products want that. Certainly Michigan want that. All these companies that bring their business to South Carolina, they want South Carolina to be a state where they don't mind spending their money, where they don't mind raising their families, where they don't mind sending their kids to school. But it's very difficult for me, y'all, in terms of where do South Carolina go. I'm begging to all of you. I'm begging to all of you that it's time to move South Carolina forward. And if we're going to move South Carolina forward, I think we need to examine our hearts. We need to examine our minds. And we need to ask God to look at the depth of our hearts to see if we're true about being who we say we are. A lot of us go to church A lot of us go there religiously, but are we going for the right purpose? Are we going just for other folks to say that we are just going? But I think that we can do better, y'all. I think South Carolina can do better. Well, I think South Carolina deserves better for one thing, but I know that in my heart that South Carolina can do better. And I want all of you to realize that South Carolina is a beautiful state. We have our tourists, we have our mountains, we have a beautiful state for people to come in. But the way we are carrying on tonight, the way we're acting as children, we need to stop. We need to stop the bickering. We need to stop the fighting. Certainly there's tension amongst us, and certainly I'm very hurt. I'm hurt from day to day just to know that this tragedy took place in our state. But I think that the folks who were involved show their grace, show their mercy, so that South Carolina can begin the healing process for all that it can do.
Mr. Williams,
ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Williams, are you entertaining any questions?
No, not right now.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move forward. Seriously, it's time for us to move forward. And I think we are better than what we say we are. I think we are better than what we actually say we are. We can make this state a great state. We don't have to continue down this road of no progress. The governor has already made the plea. The governor has already made the plea. All we have to do is just follow through. Follow through with what she has indicated and what she wants for South Carolina, and we can make South Carolina a better state. I know that we really don't care about the staff around here because some of them haven't eaten. I wonder how many of us thought it was robbery not to send the staff home so that they can eat. They have families too. They have families and little children too. But we still got them in hostage because we refuse to do the right thing. Certainly, someone at home would love to see their loved one. But no, we're too busy. Our work up here is too important.
Williams, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to take another 10 minutes?
That's all I got, 10 minutes?
Yes, sir. You took 10 minutes. Yes, sir.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Speaker, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save my other 10 minutes because I feel impelled that I may have to come back up. So
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate that very much.
I won't worry you any longer. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
We appreciate you too.
Thank you. Now, next time, Mr. Speaker, hit that.
You're done, sir.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my good friend and colleague, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for the well, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I'm not going to keep you very long. I just want to mention a couple of things to you. You know, this morning when we started, things went so well. And of course, we know that the world was watching and things went quite well. I don't know what happened this afternoon, but right now I just think that all of us, I know we are going through some tough times, but I think all of us just need to calm down just a little bit more, and let's try to understand what's going on right now and what we need to do to move forward and come up with some resolution. The amendment that we have here, it was put up by Representative Rick Quinn. And I think most of you know Representative Quinn as I do. I think all of us respect him a great deal. We know that he's really, truly someone who believes in what he's doing and who represents his constituents well. There's no question about that. And we've been friends a long time. He is a Republican, and of course everyone knows that I am a Democrat, and that's not an issue with us. Rick Quinn has worked very closely with me ever since he's been here. And so when the time comes, I'm gonna ask Representative Quinn to pull this amendment, because I think Representative Ott makes a lot of sense, and he's going to submit his resolution, and hopefully we will get what we are asking for, what you are asking for, and I don't think a majority of us really have an issue with this amendment. It's just that we want a clean bill for the Senate, and we want to just move forward and get everything behind us. You know, South Carolina is such a beautiful state, and I think all of us are aware of that. And personally, I love South Carolina. You know, I was born and raised here, my children, and you know, we have a great state, a lot of opportunities, but we have a long way to go, and we had the potential of getting there. But we really need to show the world and to show industries that we are the place to visit, and we are the place to, you know, to bring up our children and to live a good quality life. About 25 years ago, I think it was 1991, we had a gentleman who was a black man who was beaten almost to death by 4 police officers. And as a result of that, there were 51 lives lost, and thousands of buildings burned to the ground because of frustrations. And we had this terrible tragedy right here in South Carolina, where we had 9 church members killed in a church, along with our friend, Senator Pinckney. And you know, in spite of that tragedy event, those people were so hurt, they did not cause any problems, and they were willing to forgive. And so we want the world to know that we are a good state, and that we're going to work with each other, and we're going to move forward. I want to thank Representative Gilliard, who really touched upon things this morning and really made us felt exactly how important it was that we behave in a professional manner. I don't know where Representative Quinn, I think he's had this 20 minutes. I wish he was here so he could, so I can ask him to pull down this amendment, and let's see what happens with Representative Ott's resolution. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move we recur to the morning hours and ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Sandiford, for what purpose do you rise?
Move we table and request a roll call on the tabling motion.
Mr. Sandiford moves that we table the motion. Better get the real speaker out here.
Sure.
Do 9 members second the tabling motion? 9 do. Voting on the board. Yeah, you got it.
Huh? Think so?
Time.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. Nope, time and expired. By a vote of 62 to 58, the House refuses to table the motion to recur to the morning hour. Pending question is the motion to recur to the morning hour. Pending question is the motion to recur to the morning hour. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Mr. Laft has asked for a roll call. To 9 members second his request. 9 do will vote on the board. Motion is to recur to the morning hour. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 64 to 56. House records to the morning hour. Clerk will read.
Introductions. Mr. Walt McLeod expressing appreciation to Dr. James E. Wiseman.
Unanimously adopted.
Mr. Johnson expressing profound sorrow for the death of Sherry Marie Page.
Mr. Johnson asks unanimously to add the roll of the House. Is there objection? Hearing none. So ordered. Adopted.
Representative Chip Huggins congratulating Carol Close. All right.
Unanimously to add the roll of the House. Is there objection? Hearing none. So ordered. Adopted.
Whew. Okay, and we have an introduction by Mr. Ott Rutherford and many others. It's a joint resolution directing the South Carolina Confederate Relic Room and Military Museum through its director to establish and maintain appropriate, permanent, and public displays for the infantry battle flag.
Refer to the House Judiciary Committee.
and a House resolution by Representative Ott and a House resolution by Mr. Ott, Rutherford, and many others expressing the sense of the House of Representatives regarding the placement of the infantry battle flag at the Confederate States of America Museum.
It's a House resolution. Is there an objection to it's a House resolution, Mr. Ott. I have to ask if there's objection to immediate consideration. If 5 members object, then we have to do that. Okay, so we'll get through that. There's a House resolution by Mr. Ott and others. Is there an objection to immediate consideration? 3, 4, 5, 8. All right, there are more than 5 that object. For the House Judiciary Committee. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Ott, now we're in unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent that the bill be recalled from the Judiciary Committee, the House resolution to be recalled from the Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Ott, it appears Mr. Sandifer objects.
Motion.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to recall the resolution from the Judiciary Committee and that it be placed on the calendar.
Mr. Sandifer again objects. Thank you, Ms. Cobb-Hunter. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the House resolution just introduced by Representative Ott out of the House Judiciary Committee.
All right. Is there objection? Mr. Sandifer object.
Has to be recognized in motion period.
Mr. Ballantyne.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've got a question. I know it's getting late here. Are we asking to pull out a resolution that does the exact same thing as this amendment? Is that what we're trying to do? And we got people objecting?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I just want to make sure I knew what was going on. Thank you.
All right, we're back on the bill. Excuse me. When the motion period, Mr. Toole moves to suspense the balance of motion period. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Mr. Toole, do you insist?
Roll call.
Okay. All right.
Roll call.
All right.
Roll call,
Mr. Moss, you object? You move to suspend with the balance of motion period? Okay. Mr. Smith, you asked for a roll call. All right. The 9-member second his request. 9 do will vote on the board. Straight up vote on the motion to dispense with the balance of the motion period. Mr. Merrill.
Damn thing work. We have some confusion back here. If you vote green, what are you voting for?
You are voting to dispense with the balance of the motion period. If you vote no, you vote not to dispense with the balance of the motion period.
Thank you.
Votes are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 61 to 57, the House dispenses with the balance of the motion period. We're back on the bill. All right. Mr. Quinn, for what purpose you rise, sir?
Not knowing what the numbers are for Mr. Ott's two resolutions, I would make the motion we recall those from Judiciary Committee.
Can't do that, just dispense them out, no.
We just dispense, y'all dispense with the balance of motion?
Yes. Mr. Quinn, that's not in order at this time. That's all right. That's all right. Mr. Hosey was
try.
next. Mr. Hosey's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House.
Mr. Hosey, let me get you some order. House will come to order. Members will come to order. Mr. Hosey's recognized.
Members of the House, I know you passed your listening time and attention, and it's time to go home. However, I remember an old song.
Mr. Hosey, let me get you a little bit of order, please, sir. Guys, again, let's bring it back together and give Mr. Hosey the honor he deserves.
I remember an old song that said something like, "How can I get your love when you keep on snatching it back?" And it seems to be what happens here today. We had a lot of love this morning. We talked about a lot of things. A lot of accolades and recognitions were given. And then I have mixed emotions now because I sat there to think about what if it had been me gone to my grave? Would they be doing the same thing about me? You know, after all the work you've given, these same people who say they love me, who care about me, would they be doing the same kind of thing? The answer came to my little head, said yes, yes. And it's serious. I was an infantryman in the United States Marine Corps, 0311. Hoorah! And I tell you what, I needed friends and allies in my foxhole. And if I didn't have, I thought that my friend was not my friend and was my enemy, because I knew I couldn't fight on two fronts, from my foxhole and the front I had to face. So I had to get rid of one. I was shooting my friend, who was so called to be my friend. Because you can't have two fronts. It's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing if you can't trust your brother or your sister. Here today, let me tell you, I come from Barnwell. Allendale is my district, Barnwell and Allendale, and a portion of western Orangeburg. But my district is about 53% black, about 47% white. And let me tell you, I may have had two calls that say keep the flag up. I'm talking about white folk in my district who happen to be Republicans did not call me. They gave me the respect of making a decision up here for them. We can't be afraid of our office that we hold because someone has said earlier that it doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the people. And I'm not afraid, so I'm going to make the right decision. And I would hope that Mr. Quinn will follow Mr. Clyburn's request and pull the amendment here so that we can be together when we walk out of here, this chambers, tonight, or early the morning that's about to be upon us. I really do. I just can't help but remember the 9 that we all attended, who the funerals of Senator Pinckney, and some of us attended others. However, it's a sad thing today to remember that this is what you would do for me if I had been killed. Killed. This is sad. And you're going to pat me on the back. Tell me you love me. This is our country too, you know, and we love it and we want to do things to help it. And I'm not trying to preach to you or make you feel bad, but I do want you to be aware of what's going on. And I'm going to take my seat because if I stay here, I'll get into trouble because I don't bite my tongue. That's why I don't come to the podium that often. I just don't know how to bite the tongue. But this is my country. This is yours. And so we all remember the words of the song, Brother Jackson, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing, land where my fathers died, land of thy pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. Freedom need to ring in South Carolina again, where we are loving each other and doing things together. If we put just a little bit more energy in working together, you can see what kind of great state we could have. But we divert all our attention to fighting each other. The Senate against the House against the Senate. These ugly things. So I'm tired of it. Seeing that, I'm 68 years old, I just need to go home and plant my garden. Because this is not good, really, really. I don't give up easy, but when you can't ever win, it's about sometimes about making a decision. Making a decision that things are not going, maybe somebody else can do a better job. I love you, I care for you, and I hope that you do the same for me and for others. Consider what I've told you. I have Republicans, white, in my district, a large number. We all have the same number, 37,000 people plus, give or take. And so out of my 37,000, 52% black, 47% or 48% white, and they're not bothering me about this issue. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will come to a conclusion tonight. And Quinn, please, sir, I think we need you now to be the hero. If you will come forward and be that hero for South Carolina, for the world, for all of us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moss, for what purpose do you rise?
Speaker, on behalf of the staff, they normally have to stay 3 to 4 hours after we adjourn, and they've been here since approximately 8 o'clock. I make a motion we adjourn.
Mr. Moss moves the motion that we adjourn. Table motion is not appropriate for this. It's a straight up and down vote. Roll call request. Ms. Cobb Hunter requests a roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. Mr. King, for what purpose do you rise?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, can you tell me how much it is charging the citizens, how much it is costing the citizens of South Carolina for us to be here debating this issue going into tomorrow?
Mr. King, I have not...
Well, can you get that information for me, please, sir?
Well, I was going to say, you and I have had this experience in many other circumstances. So as we discussed previously, I think your ability to research with your law degree would be helpful in applying to this. If you would, sir, I would like to stand up here and continue to deliberate over or preside over the members we have speaking. Thank you, sir. Time has expired. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. By motion of 3 to 111, the motion to adjourn for the day is defeated. We will continue working. Mr. Mack is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I was here in 2000 when we had the Confederate flag debate. And we took the flag off the dome and out of the chambers. And the reason why this is so disgusting tonight for me, I thought we'd moved further. In 2000, it was very contentious. It's very nasty. I think everything short of name calling, and might have been some of that. And we watched Charleston and the state of South Carolina move forward. We watched the families and the communities work together. No violence, no hate. We watched the businesses come one by one and make the case to move forward. Because quite frankly, a lot of us in the African American community was in so much pain, so much grief, until the flag wasn't even on our radar. It was the business community, it was some of the white Republican members of this body that said it's time to do something with the flag. And then the Senate stepped up to the plate and did a phenomenal job. 37-3, clean bill. Then we get it. And we mess it up. Simply, all we need is a clean bill. Now there's a chance that flag is going to be up here when the Ku Klux Klan comes to town. South Carolina. South Carolina. I keep thinking we're better than this, and we keep falling right down the same path. People have touched on it, but let me say something about slavery. Slavery was the purpose of the Civil War. Let's not play with it. Let's not be delusional. Slavery was the economic engine that drove the South. And those of us that are in business, if we took morality out of it, what a business model. Free labor. Everybody could be successful in business if they had free labor. You just don't have to have a moral compass. So here we are with a situation as relates to the Civil War being identified with us, an opportunity to move forward, and we step in it. We blow it. We totally blow it. You know, it's interesting when you study slavery and the economics of it, each slave ship that went to Africa in the time of slavery, each slave ship cost, in the day's dollars, about $13,000. And dollars then, about $13,000. You know how much profit they made on each slave ship? About $230,000. That's not bad, isn't it? $13,000 investment, you're making $230,000 back in that period. That's why your African American brothers and sisters like me, to this day, we're still ticked off, and I said ticked, T-I-C-K-E-D. We're still angry. So as was mentioned very well by Representative Cobb Hunter and Representative Neal, when you talk about grace as relates to an amendment for the Confederacy, and let's be straight, there's a lot of monuments depicting the Confederacy on the State House grounds and in the state of South Carolina. No one's talking about that. How much is enough? J. Marion Sims, that was on one of the amendments. A statue of J. Marion Sims, the father of gynecology. We walk by, we don't even know who he is. He was a guy doing slavery that made his name by working on African women with no anesthesia, taking notes. Just throw the carcass aside when he got finished with each one. But we have a statue of him. Wade Hampton. All these people are bad people. But as bad as that is, when you fly a flag, it says this is who we are. I, like so many members of the Black Caucus, did not plan on coming up here tonight, because I know I would make some of you angry. But right now is at the point I just don't care, because it seems like we're not respected enough to make a decision, to be part of a decision to do the right thing. To do the right thing. Any black person born in the state of South Carolina, especially in the South, that has anything as relates to consciousness will hate the sight of that flag. Oh, and for the technical people, I know it's really not the Confederate flag. I know it's the battle flag, but it's the Confederacy. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. And that's problematic. We thought we can get a clean bill out of here, second reading, third reading tomorrow, and we would have done right by the state of South Carolina and those families. But we didn't. We did not. We kept our record intact. We said quite clearly, this is who we are. And it's a shame. It's a shame.
Mr. James Smith is recognized. I'm sorry, Mr. Bales. He did not want to take questions. I will keep you first on our list.
But it's not on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bales. Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask us to stop and be reasonable. Now, what we need to do is to give second reading to this bill before 12 o'clock. And at 12:05, give third reading to take the flag down and go home. Now, we all know what's right and what we ought to do. It's now 11:45. We need to table these amendments, pass the bill the Senate passed, then after 12 o'clock give third reading and go home. And guess what? All you people want to save money. It'll save $50,000 if we don't have to come back Friday. Now, think about it seriously.
Mr. Bales, I know that's a question for Mr. Smith, but I'm going to try to take it up. Sir, whether we go past midnight or not does not change the mechanics. We can actually still have third reading tomorrow, is my understanding from the staff. So the fact that we get to, there's no magic hour, that if we get to 12:01 does not mean we can't continue, and if it be the will of this body, we could still have a third reading.
But we run the clock backward and do that, okay? I'm all right with that.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Smith, I think that's the only question if you would like to begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, it is a privilege to be with you all this evening. The sausage making can look ugly at times and difficult, but there is a method to what we do at times, and I'm encouraged by what I hear in the conversations going on that we may be able to tonight to vote on a clean bill, to vote on the Senate bill and nothing more in that bill, and then also vote on a joint resolution that would achieve what Representative Quinn is attempting to do and some others. And so while that is being put together, and I'm very encouraged by what I hear for us all and for our state most importantly, I want to share with you some things that I think are very important based upon what the debate we heard earlier. And I really have to begin, for me, where it all starts. You know, several of us were meeting and talking about bringing up the Confederate flag. My dear friend Vincent Shaheen in his campaign raised the issue. Couldn't get a lot of folks interested. Myself and a few of my constituents and other colleagues and some business leaders have been meeting on let's address the Confederate flag next year. I think we can raise it and maybe build some will to make change. Maybe we can accomplish something. And we were talking about all kind of compromises. Maybe we go back to the old healing waters. Maybe some of you don't recall, I was on the conference committee when we dealt with this issue in 2000. So we went back and dusted off the old compromises and we said, well, let's take a look at these. Maybe one of these will work this time. Maybe we can get this done. And all the reasons that we thought about moving the Confederate flag then are the same reasons we're talking about today. So what's different? We all know what's different. What's different are the hate-filled murders of 9 innocents in Charleston. We want to talk about memorializing, remembering, sacrifice. We ought to be focused on memorializing and remembering the sacrifice, the murders that brought us all here today, and the murders committed by a murderer under a banner that flies on the front lawn of our State House. We couldn't build the political will on our own, ladies and gentlemen, to do what's right. It was not going to happen. We would not be here. We should memorialize those who bring us all together tonight to make change that is far, far, far overdue, too long a time coming, and certainly well and fitting. It was right to remove the Confederate flag from the State House on the grounds before June 17, 2015. And for the same reasons, it's right to do it today. And for the sake of all in our state, let's don't lose this moment. That's what our friend Clem would be telling us. That's what he'd be telling all of us. Do not lose this moment. I remember one thing he said, and he said this before, and it was quoted by our president, and I thought it was a wonderful statement. He said, you know, across the South, we have a deep appreciation of history. We haven't always had a deep appreciation of each other's history. I think that speaks volumes about where we are right now. And sometimes we don't have an appreciation for our own history. And I hear all this talk about we have to honor those that fought and died in the Civil War. And we should, and we do. As a matter of fact, we have a monument on the front lawn of our state house. And I dare say on the front lawn of every courthouse around our state, the most prominent place, the most prominent location for a monument is the Confederate Soldiers Monument, virtually in every county and on our state house grounds. So don't tell me moving the flag fails to honor our soldiers, because we're doing that. And let me tell you what dishonors our soldiers. Let me tell you what is a dishonor to their memory and to their service. It is to fly that flag. I want everybody to remember this. I'm talking to all of my colleagues who think we must keep it up there because of heritage. Oh, how I wish Robert E. Lee, General Lee, his portrait's in the Senate. I so wish he was here tonight, right now, at this podium. He would tell you all it is an abomination for his flag to fly. As a matter of fact, his very flag was furled. It was furled when they surrendered at Appomattox, and you know what? It has never been unfurled. And to do so dishonors those who fought and died. To unfurl and fly it violates the terms of surrender. General Lee, when it came time and the cause was lost, he called everybody to come back, work, be good citizens, build a country together. Many times he was called to start marauders, start a guerrilla war. The flag is furled. Maintain your soldierly honor. Go back, serve your country. Never, never, never let those flags fly again. And you want to take flags from other units and fly them? That would offend every member of those regiments, particularly those who sacrifice so dearly. To put that flag up there and subject it to political ridicule. And you want to talk about flags being abducted? When we put a flag up on that should have been furled a long time ago in honor of those memories of those soldiers, we're the ones allowing it to be abducted. We're the ones giving legitimacy to those that have taken it and used it for improper purposes. You don't think that those out there who believe as Dylann Roof believed find legitimacy, encouragement, justification that their flag and their symbol flies on the front, most prominent spot at their state house? I'm going to give you the words, not my words, the words of General Wade Hampton, who led valiantly his soldiers in the Civil War. They gathered, came back and gathered after the Civil War was over, and he brought them together to talk about their banner and what is the appropriate thing to do. And he was very, very clear for all the right reasons. In his speech, it was titled, "The Duty of the Present," and that present and that duty is still very much here today. He told the fathers of these sons of Confederate veterans here today very clearly. These are his words. "Though it will never again brave the battle and the breeze. Yet as long as one shred of its battle-scarred folds cling to another, it will tell you in language more eloquent than words of the imperishable renown you won for it and for yourselves. It will speak constantly to your hearts of our dead comrades. And it will serve to remind you always that when you furl it forever, you pledge your soldierly honor to observe and violate the terms upon which you surrendered. Sons of Confederate veterans, when you fly the flags, you violate the terms of surrender of your fathers. You offend those that fought and died under that banner. It is undeniable. We have forgotten. You know, we did fine in South Carolina for over 100 years without a Confederate flag flying here. We didn't need a Confederate flag. For years, we got along just fine without a Confederate flag flying in these chambers, on that dome, or out in the front lawn. It wasn't until the Civil Rights Movement and the federal government said, you know what? We're not treating people right. We're discriminating on people because of their race and not allowing them to access the ballot, and that's not right. So our response in South Carolina was just kind of a little symbolic middle finger to the federal government by throwing a flag on the dome and in these chambers. That's all it was, nothing more. And to continue that in any manner, whether it's another flag on that pole or something else, all you are doing is continuing a legacy based upon hate. If it meant heritage for people someday at some time in the past, it sure as heck doesn't reflect that these days. And I have to say, those that put it on the dome and put it in these chambers at that time, they bear full responsibility for that. You want to make sure we get back to heritage for those flags, you do what General Lee said. You do what Wade Hampton said. Listen to them. Furl it forever. Then you protect it from ridicule and abuse. And only then does it really mean heritage. This is a time, like very few times, that we have in this body. And you know, while it's important, and it is important, which is why we are all here, it ought not to be this hard. We should come together, and I am encouraged by what I see, my friends in this chamber, that we will, by the end of tonight, vote on a clean bill that's not going to delay this process. It's not going to give comfort to anybody who would see delay in our actions. They would find comfort in that. And somehow there's somebody out there fighting for their racist beliefs. They'll twist that in ways that are never intended. It's not who we are. It's not what we're about. So we have a monument, and we should have a monument. And it's in a most prominent place on these grounds, and that is there to be the remembrance for those who died in the war. But I hope before we're done with this process, and when we come back in January, which we will, and I'm sure we'll build a fine and appropriate designation, location for this banner in the Confederate Relic Room. I'm sure we will do that.
Ms. Smith, that's your first 10 minutes.
I'd like to be recognized for a few more, please,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Speaker. I hope that after we do that, we also find a way to memorialize, to remember what brought us all here tonight. And let there be no mistake about that fact. This event in history would not be occurring but for 9 murders of innocents in Charleston. And we talk about wanting the future generations to understand what it took to bring about change and bring about a positive movement in our history. Let us never forget that. And lastly, I have to say, in working with my leader on the Democratic side, Representative Rutherford, and with the majority leader, Representative Bannister, who I've privileged to work very closely with as we have tried to make our way through this, and the governor downstairs, who, by the way, has made it very clear you know what? She has every right and ability, and she will ensure that that flag is going to come down in a respectful manner. I'm sure there'll be all kind of appropriate circumstance. She's not going to do that, send somebody out there with a hacksaw and cut that pole down. That is not going to happen. And nobody should think that would ever happen. But the time has come, and dare say I hate what it took to bring us all here, but the time has come to do the right thing finally, make history, remember what got us all here together, and let's move this state from changing monuments on our front lawn to monumental change in areas that we know that will make our citizens' lives better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Collins is recognized back in the chamber.
What are y'all still doing here? As you know, at 3 o'clock I left today, and as Providence would have it, apparently there are a number of thunderstorms across the nation, and up in Greenville, Spartanburg, you think it's contentious in here, try to be in the U.S. Air Terminal with 4 or 5 canceled and postponed flights. I wasn't clear earlier this morning. I was going to Vegas to officiate. I'm a wrestling official, and fortunately or unfortunately, the earliest flight I could get is tomorrow night at this time. And I had a decision to make. At about 9 o'clock, I turned on the phone, and y'all were still debating down here, and I was wondering if it was necessary to come back, and the state tweeted a recent vote that was only succeeded or failed by 2 or 3 votes. And I knew it was too important to not come back down here. I was able to get outside the bubble a little bit, even listen to a little bit of conservative talk show radio that we all love in the upstate. And the world's still turning out there. I know that emotions have been high today. I'm sorry that I haven't been in this foxhole with y'all today. But I have respected everybody's demeanor. I think for the most part, y'all have shown South Carolina what we're about. So I just encourage that as we're getting tired, that we continue that. And thank you for what y'all have done today. Now let's get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Robert Brown is recognized.
Members of the House, it's a little bit after 12. It's been a long day. I know many of you tired and sleepy, but I'm not. But I promise you, I will be serious, I will be brief, and I will be seated. Because the Civil War is over. The Emanuel 9 have been laid to rest. All of us has grieved as a state. All of us will heal as a state. Let us stop the race war before it begins. United we stand, divided we fall. I want you to remember China, Russia, ISIS, they all are watching and waiting. They want to take control of this country. They hate Americans, but they love America. Now is the time. Now is the time for South Carolina to become the vanguard in peace, unity, and prosperity, simply by taking down that flag and scrap its pole. We want one state for all of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Mitchell is recognized. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Quinn is recognized to speak on this bill.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk to many of my colleagues, but, you know, I was here in 2000 when, as I mentioned before, when we took it off the dome, and I've been here before. And I got to be honest with I appreciate Representative Ott, and I think it's very gracious of him to offer these resolutions. I don't understand why they can't be in the bill. The reason I was trying to do it, to be quite frank with you, is I was trying to give folks that in this chamber a way that they could honorably say that at least we know that the legislature is standing to allow the relic room to handle the flag when it's removed in an honorable fashion. And I think I was on the verge of accomplishing that. I had some other members in my caucus who were very gracious to support me, and Mr. Corley, I know, had strong feelings about, and he was not going to support this bill. I know he would never change. I had others that I felt like I was bringing towards us to try to get to the 2/3 vote we're going to need tomorrow. And what I would say to you is, I'm going to borrow a phrase from Mr. Lucas. He said to me, you know, some hard feelings tonight, and I'm not going to remember them tomorrow. But you know, and I turned 50 this year. I've gotten to the point in my life where I got kids, and you know, Mr. Corley, I would said to him earlier, I don't back down much, and I think most of y'all that know me a lot know that. But also, as I did in 2000, I know we have to resolve this issue, and I don't understand why we're taking the position that in the bill, having it in the bill, I don't understand why that's a big deal to ask them to come back on January 1 after we remove the flag and give us a plan on how they're honorably going to handle it. But that's the card that's been played. And I appreciate Representative Ott, I really do, for you reaching out to me on this, and Mr. Anderson as well, and Todd Rutherford. And there was a couple things that kind of changed my perspective on this. The first thing that occurred was I spoke with Senator Leatherman, and he said he would do everything he could to get these resolutions addressed as quickly as possible. Secondly, Representative Rutherford, who I also appreciate you reaching out to me, has said that he would not only support that effort to get the relic room the funding it needs to do this in an honorable way, but also that he's given me his word that he is not going to be a part of going after the monument on the grounds or other positions. So I'm going to, and when I get the opportunity, I'm going to ask you to, because we can't just withdraw it. The amendment is there to, since we've debated it, we have to, I believe, it's been so long, I forgot a lot of the rules and some of them have changed, but I think we have to vote it down. But as a bit of free advice for my friends in this chamber, as I said, I'm not going to hold ill will feelings tomorrow. But for somebody to take a podium tonight, on an issue that's so emotional and say that you don't have a heart for asking for a plan on how we can handle the flag that once it's taken down. When you get personal, the issues go away, and I think that's what's happened here. I think this issue that I was trying to offer was a good, heartfelt effort to try to bring more of us together to achieve a 2/3 vote. And what happened is, because of the rhetoric from this podium, that effort, that good faith effort I was making has become a bad thing. I'm not going to be a part of that. I think we have to resolve this issue. So I'm going to support this. I have a resolution that's in mine and Mr. Ott's name and Mr. Rutherford's and others. We're going to put them in. And I know that I hope I have a lot of respect for many of my friends who were supportive of me that really would like to see the flag stay at the monument. And I hope you don't lose respect for me, but I'm doing what I think is the best for the state and the right thing. It's a tough issue. I've been through this before. But I'd say if you really, in the future, when you're working on an issue, and you really think it's something that's best for the state, don't make it personal. Be reasonable. Try to bring people together. And that was what I was trying to do. And anybody that wants to make that evil, Mr. Smith, is lying. They are lying about what my efforts were. And you know better than anybody. I knew Clem when he was 19 years old. He used to joke with me about how he was going to be the youngest. He was going to beat me for being younger than me. He met me when he was a page and asked me, how do you run when you ran as young as you did, Rick? So to sit there and say that I don't have a heart for trying to work out and get a group and a consensus together, that's lying. So please, in the future, when we have these kind of issues, let's try to work together. And Mr. Ott, I think you won. You've always had my respect, but you got a lot more from me today because you reached out to me, and that's how you get things done. So again, I think I'm doing this. I know I'm probably ending my friendships with some folks that joined with me in trying to get this done, and they're probably going to think I'm giving in. But the fact of the matter is, I think this is a pretty good victory in the respect that we have 2 resolutions now. One's a joint, one's singular, and Senator Leatherman, which we all know he's apt to get what he wants because he has the purse strings, has agreed to help. So thank you, Mr. Ott. Thank you, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Anderson, and others who, in a good faith effort, tried to reach out to me, because that's what I was trying to do. And I hope this will do it. I'm still concerned that we're not going to have the 2/3 vote in the end of the day, and I think that could be a horrible thing. But again, thank you for Mr. Ott, your effort in reaching out to me. You handled yourself and the way it should work. That's the way it should work. Mr. Rutherford, the same. Can't say that about everybody that spoke tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn, are you requesting to table this amendment? Mr. Quinn? Mr. Quinn, you're requesting to table this amendment? Okay. Mr. Quinn is requesting to table Amendment 56. Roll call is requested. Mr. Corley requests roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. The question is tabling amendment number 56.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 76 to 41. Amendment number 56 is tabled. Mr. Quinn, you want to move to recur to morning hour? Mr. Quinn moves to recur to morning hour. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We've recurred to morning hour. Clerk will read.
Introduction of a House resolution by Mr. Quinn, Ott, Bingham, Rutherford, Anderson, Robert Williams, expressing the sense of the House of Representatives regarding the placement of the South Carolina Infantry battle flag at the Confederate Relic Room.
All right, this is House Resolution 4380. It can be taken up immediately. I believe it mirrors the language of Mr. Ott's earlier amendment. Earlier resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it.
We have a joint resolution introduced by Mr. Ott, Mr. Quinn, Ott, Bingham, Rutherford, Anderson, Robert Williams, directing the South Carolina Confederate Relic Room and Military Museum.
All right, this is House Bill 4381.
Okay.
Mr. Quinn asks unanimous consent for immediate consideration.
Okay.
Senator objects. Refer to the House Judiciary Committee. All right, we're in a unanimous consent request. Ms. Cobb Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recall the bill that we just referred to, House Judiciary. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
381. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to you and the clerk. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recall 4381
Ms. Cobb Hunter.
from Judiciary. Thank you, sir, and it be put on the calendar.
Ms. Sanford objects. Thank you, Ms. Cobb Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody else? 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 Speaker.
Mr. Mitchell. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, move that we recall House Resolution 4381 out of Judiciary and be placed on the calendar.
Is that the same one Mr. Sanford just objected to?
I wasn't listening.
Mr. Sanford renews his objection. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recall 4381 from Judiciary.
Mr. Sanford renews his objection. All right, that takes us to the motion period. Mr. Rutherford has to be recognized. Mr. Rutherford is recognized.
I would move that we recall House Bill 4381 from Judiciary and place it on the calendar.
Mr. Rutherford asks unanimous consent that we recall. No, excuse me, we're in the motion period. I'm sorry. Pending question is recalling House Bill 4381 from Judiciary. Ms. Cobb Hunter requests a roll call. Mr. Corley asks that we table the request. Ms. Cobb Hunter requests a roll call. The 9 members second her request. 9 do. We'll vote on the board. Pending question, Mr. Corley's tabling motion. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. A vote of 86 to 27, the House refuses to table the motion to recall. Pending question is recalling the bill from the Judiciary Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Bill is recalled from the Judiciary Committee. It will be on the calendar for the next legislative day.
Ready?
All right, we're back on Senate Bill 897. Clerk will read.
Okay, we had passed over and then adjourned debate on 34 Pitts and Delaney. Withdrawn. You need to.
No, man. Got to take. Mr. Pitts moves that we table Amendment 34. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 34 is tabled. Clerk will read.
The next one we had passed over and then adjourned debate is 35. Mr. Pitts, 35.
Mr. Pitts moves to table Amendment 35. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 35 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Same action on Amendment 36, Pitts, Bedingfield, Taylor, Long, Kennedy, Toole, and Putnam.
Mr. Pitts moves to table Amendment
36.
36. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 is tabled. Clerk will read.
37, Pitts, Taylor, and Kennedy.
Mr. Pitts moves to table Amendment 37. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. 38, we had adjourned debate. This is Pitts, Delaney, Quinn, and others. 38. Mr. Pitts moves to table Amendment 38. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 38 is tabled. Clerk will read.
39, we had passed over and then adjourned debate. 39, Pitts.
Mr. Pitts moves to table Amendment 39. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 39 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Next one is Mr. Lowe, 58. We had originally passed over 58.
Mr. Lowe moves to table Amendment 58. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 58 is tabled.
Next one was 60. Mr. Lowe, 60. 60.
Mr. Lowe is recognized. Mr. Lowe moves to table Amendment
60.
60. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 60 is tabled. Clerk will read.
67, Finley, Merrill, Delaney, and Quinn. 67.
Mr. Finley moves to table Amendment 67. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment 67 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 68 is a new amendment. 68 by Mr. Pitts.
On Amendment 68, it's Mr. Pitts' amendment. He's recognized on his amendment. House will come to order. Members will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is, I think, the last amendment.
Yes, sir.
I will be very brief. This amendment places the state flag on the pole when the Confederate flag comes down. That's all this amendment does.
Pending question is the adoption of Amendment 68. Mr. Mitchell moves to table Amendment 68. Mr. Loftus, I believe I heard, request a roll call to 9 members. Second his request. 9 do will vote on the board. Pending question, tabling Amendment 68. Time's expired by a vote of 60 to 60. The tabling amendment fails. Ms. Cobb-Hunter is asked to be heard on the amendment. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Get the roll call sheet. Get the roll call.
Yeah. Mr. Hart, I'll listen to your I'll listen to your point. I've reviewed the amendment. I'll let you be heard, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at this particular amendment, and it deals with the South Carolina state flag. If I can point your attention to S895, which is concurrent resolution, which is very narrowly drawn, which deals specifically with the Confederate battle flag, Mr. Speaker, and I would say this is not germane.
Mr. Hart, I'm reviewing it, but I'm going to have to overrule your germaneness argument. I'm sorry, sir. What's your point, Ms. Cobb-Hunter?
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of inquiry, if I may. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm having brain freezes all over the place. I apologize to you. I declare what I asked you. I had a point of inquiry. I think.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
Ready to go. All right. Pending question. Oh, you want to be heard? You got a point. Oh, you want to be heard? Ms. Cobb-Hunter is recognized. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I know the hour is long and all of us are tired and ready to go. I remember, Mr. Speaker, you'll be pleased to know what my point of inquiry was, and that simply was whether or not what we are about to do in passing this amendment, whether or not that conflicts with what we have been told by Mr. Quinn and others as far as the Senate and the agreement conversation with Senator Leatherman. And Mr. Speaker and members, I raise that point because we're kind of at where we're at the end. For a second there, I thought I saw light at the end of the tunnel, Mr. Limehouse, and I didn't think that light, Mr. Gilliard, was the light of an oncoming train. But it's kind of like I feel like it may have been. And so what I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is make sure that we don't wind up with a derailment, inadvertently that it may be, or some kind of train wreck here.
All right, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, if you'll suspend your remarks just a moment. House, come to order. Mr. Sergeant, if you'll clear the aisles. I've got Mr. Danning complaining and others complaining they can't hear. I know it's getting to the end of the night, but let's continue to be respectful as we have. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you said the operative word. We are here at the end of the night, or shall I say early morning wee hours. And I don't want to prolong this any more than I have to, but the question that I wanted to ask and the question that I'd like y'all to ponder is whether or not, if this amendment passes, it totally throws out the door what we've just agreed to as far as a clean bill that the Senate has given its, well, I should say the Senate leadership by way of Senator Leatherman has said it's okay. So I just want everybody to just slow your roll, breathe. We're almost there, but let's not, in the heat of the moment, make a mistake that we might not be able to undo. And so quite simply, I'm just saying, let's make sure that as you think about voting for this amendment, that it is not something that will be a poison pill. My point being, and no, Mr. Merrill, I'm not going to take any questions from you, so you can sit down. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that we are not about to do something that is going to take us another 5 hours to undo. Because quite frankly, I don't know that I might be able to last. And I know some of y'all take great pleasure in hearing that. But just know that if we wind up in here for 5 more hours, Mr. Bingham, I'm just going to figure out how to hang right on in here with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the time.
Mr. Neal is recognized. I believe we have Mr. Merrill on deck. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a minute and encourage this body to really think carefully about what we're about to do. This is, from my point of view, break point. This is when we get to decide what really happens and what does not. I know you're tired, I know I am, and I know you want to go home because I do too. But before we engage any further, I encourage you to do what's right for this state. South Carolina needs to come together. We need a win as a state. We need to erase some of the black eyes that we've gotten over what's happened over the last number of weeks, and we need to move forward together. I hope you're able to help us do that and see South Carolina move forward.
Mr. Merrill is recognized. Mr. Merrill, after being accosted by numerous members who was trying to keep him from taking the podium, is recognized. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be equally brief, but I do want to point out one thing. I mean, I don't understand exactly. First of all, let me say this. I don't think there's hardly anybody, that's not true. A clear majority of people in this body want to bring down the Confederate battle flag. For one reason or another. There's a lot that do not, but there are some that do. We have figured out that it is going to be moved. It's going to come down. There's no two ways about it. But what I don't understand, and I still haven't gotten a good answer for, is why the flag that does fly over this dome, that is the sovereign flag of this state, cannot fly at that particular location. I just don't understand why. Outside of the time element, I guess is the only reason that we go back to, is the time element of it. And we've said over and over again that this can go, the Senate could be in here, and they could do whatever they need to do. I'm like Ms. Cobb-Hunter, we're getting tired. But they could have it all done by Friday if they came in. I don't see how you object to the South Carolina state flag, the flag that is the sovereign flag of this state, and that is periodically correct. And it does indeed, it is what, not period, you know, it was of that right period. 1861, I think, is exactly when it was put in here. But there's no excuse. There's no reason not to fly it. So that just leads one to believe, okay, well, then we want the pole removed as well. And if the pole removed, to be honest, then they start saying, okay, well, we're going to knock down a whole bunch of other things because that's part of the monument as well. I just truly don't understand why we cannot support putting the South Carolina flag up there. And he's going to say it's not a military flag or something of that nature. But it doesn't make a lick of sense. So we're going to vote here in a few minutes to not support putting our state flag on a monument. That's exactly what we're about to do. We're going to vote to not put our own state flag on a monument. So I just want to be very clear for all the people in the cameras out there where this is gone, this is transcended moving. I can understand some of these ones that people find offensive. I understand that 100%. But I don't understand not flying our state flag. I mean, that's not offensive to anyone to the best of my knowledge. Maybe it's offensive to some of the other states in the country that aren't as cool as ours, but I mean, it is not offensive to us. So we're just voting arbitrarily because of this time limit, because we want to see something clean, the operative word clean again. And I mean, honestly, that's just pretty weak. That's just slap weak. So what's going to happen, we can all cheer when, I mean, the flag can be brought down reverently, and then someone's going to take a bulldozer to that pole or something, I guess, and that'll make everybody feel better. Maybe our state flag can be on the pole when we bulldoze it down. Then we'll feel double better. So I don't understand this because I don't understand the objections to it. And I don't think the people of South Carolina understand why you can't put your own state flag on something.
Mr. Merrill, Mr. Pitts has a question.
Mr. Pitts, oh, Pitts.
Mr. Merrill, thank you very much. This would, in effect, call the Senate back in that they're very capable of doing tomorrow, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah.
And that would give them the ability to do something they've not done all year, and that's do something.
Right.
Mr. Taylor is recognized for a question.
They've taken breaks. They've taken a lot of breaks. They've perfected that. And they've perfected giving us the hard stuff. You know, we got that down too. Yeah.
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Merrill, I hate to interrupt your routine, but it's very good. Thank you so very much. And you asked all the questions that I had and that many others have here, but you don't have any answers.
I don't. Nobody's giving me them.
Yeah. How do we get those answers? Is someone going to come up there and answer why they don't want the South Carolina state flag flying on the grounds? I really have to take that answer home.
I don't know how to answer that.
Can you imagine what their answer might be? Can you just give me an idea? I mean,
No.
they're colleagues of yours from years and years and years. Help me out here.
I think that the idea now is to remove everything part and parcel, and that is a part of the flag. And so they're kind of thinking that should be moved as well. You know, but I don't think that's really a fair estimate of what it really is.
But we don't know, do we?
No.
You think Ms. Cobb Hunter might come up and tell us, maybe? No?
She's not coming back up there.
Really? Really? But she's been up there so many times, sir. I just was hoping she might enlighten us.
Take this up with her, Bill.
Well, I've tried. You know, I'm trying right here. But, well, I appreciate you asking all the questions that we have. Maybe Representative Smith will come up and answer this, because inquiring minds want to know what we do to object to the South Carolina state flag.
James is over here getting a text from someone right now, so I assume he'll have some clever answer.
I'm sure.
Mr. Sandifer is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Merrill, how clearly can you see our state flag in its present position atop the dome?
Mr. Sandifer, I'm glad you asked that. And you know, the other day I went and I had to get reading glasses because I can't see something five inches in front of me anymore. And I tell you, I can't see what's on top of that dome. So let me tell you, if you brought it down there and put it there, right in front, people might actually see what our state flag looks like.
And Mr. Barrow, that brings me to the point. Does it not seem reasonable to you that we put the state flag in a position where our citizens and visitors to our state can see it clearly?
I don't know this for a fact. The answer is yes, of course, is the answer. That I would assume if we went around here, are there flags anywhere else on the state grounds, state flags? I don't even know.
And I've not seen them.
So that would be one of the first ones that's out there. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it would. Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Merrill, you have no further questions, I don't believe.
All right. Go state flag.
Mr. Goldfinch, do you have a question? Mr. Lowe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd love to go back to the original sentiment that we all started with, the love and forgiveness, but I think the hour is late and we seem to be a little past some of that. But I do want to talk about the roots of where our state flag comes from. Our state flag began in the Revolutionary War. I think we can all agree that was a good one, and we like the outcome of that. Could you please put the first, and this is the way it started. Colonel Moultrie down in Charleston was fighting for our country, and this was the Moultrie flag. That's where the crescent came from, liberty. That's what we're all fighting for. And you know where the palmetto tree came from? They used palmetto trees to pile up and to put sand up so when the cannon fire came at them and the shots, that it defended them. So that became the center of our flag. So we have a palmetto tree and the crescent moon. I'll put up the next one, please. The flag evolved a little, and I am no historian, so if I don't get this right, please, I don't need a lot of emails from the historians who probably know better than I. But the flag evolved. The flag changed a little in the time of the Civil War. Just little tweaks here and there. But the first time that it really looked like this, you can see the difference. The crescent moon is shaped like a smile here, okay? That flag was taken from the State House, and it was taken to Iowa. But that flag reigned from 1861 until about 1905, when this body, just as it did before, commissioned them to get a new flag. So they sent it in, and basically the curator at the museum just took the crescent in the corner and turned it sideways. And that's where we are now. They just turned it sideways, and that's all they did. So the flag started with the Revolutionary War and has worked its way all the way till today. It's not rooted just in the Civil War. It's rooted in our past. It's rooted in all the conflicts that we've been involved in. And it is our state flag now, and we should honor it in a high place like this that represents historic times. The heritage people, I don't think this is just what they were looking for. Don't you love it when you're told, sit down? Anyway, the historic people may not be in love with us, but I think I'm in love with our flag, and I think that we as a body can do something to honor them, to put a flag, because Confederate soldiers need a flag. They need something to look up to. In battle, there was fog and smoke and gunpowder. They didn't know where to go without someone holding the flag. So it's fitting for them to have a flag near them, and it's a flag we all love. So I would urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell has a question for Mr. Lowe has stepped away. Mr. White is up next. Mr. Mitchell, I will also keep your name for Mr. White.
Thank you, and I'm going to be very brief. I think it gets down to this. We
We've been here a long time today. We've had many substitutions going on. We had a regimental flag that came within 3 votes. I think we all said we're going to take it down. Just what we did a little bit earlier in this body, some maybe 30 minutes ago, Ms. Cobb-Hunter, those that are worried about a clean bill and the Senate not coming back and taking this up and it be put in a conference committee and it's going to take forever, we just passed a joint just put a joint resolution on the calendar tomorrow that this body will take up and pass to send to the Senate to give us at ease those things we want to do with the relic room. So I think when they come back to take that up, they can take this up and we'll have the problem resolved.
Mr. White has relinquished podium. Mr. Robert Williams. Okay. Question is adoption. Amendment 68. Ms. Cobb-Hunter requests a roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
I guess she's ready.
Time's expired. Polls will close. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 63 to 57, the House refuses to adopt Amendment 68.
No further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Cobb-Hunter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I move that you know what I'm trying to say.
You want to reconsider the
yes,
previous
sir, I
vote?
move, yes, sir, that.
Whereby?
And then, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment 68 was defeated.
And then I move the table that too.
Move the table.
Mr. Speaker.
All right, Ms. Cobb-Hunter moves to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Oh, Mr. Brannon. Ho, 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 everybody. The pending question is the motion to reconsider the vote. Mr. Brannon has moved to table that motion. Ms. Cobb-Hunter asked for a roll call. Do 9 members second her request? 9 do, we'll vote on the board. Pending question, tabling the reconsideration motion.
I'm not touching it, it's too late.
Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 70 to 50, the House tables the motion to reconsider.
No further amendments on Senate Bill 897.
The pending question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 897. Representative Sandifer has asked to be heard and is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I came before you earlier today and told you how very proud I was of this House. I come tonight telling you how very disappointed I am. And I'm disappointed for the reason that we've allowed the Senate to manipulate the way the votes were cast in this body. And when we allow that to happen, then we have totally capitulated on our duties as far as a legislative body. I say this because it weighs very heavily on my heart to have to watch us allow this type of thing to happen. And it is my sincere desire that this bill does not pass.
Pending question is second reading on Senate Bill 897. Roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board.
I'll do it if you tell me. Yes. No amendment. Without amendment.
Time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 93-7, Senate Bill 897 receives second reading. House will come to order. Gallery will please come to order. Absolutely no noise. Please. All right, members, we have two options. One, we can adjourn and go back into session and consider a couple of matters on the calendar, or we can come back at 10 a.m. in the morning. Okay. I understand. All right, House will come to order. Apparently we're like Nehemiah. The people had a mind to work.
Coach Hayes gets to move to adjourn for the first time in his 16-year career. Coach Hayes.
Coach Hayes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make a motion, we adjourn.
Is the first time you've made that motion in 16 years, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, sir. And we return at 1 a.m.
1 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. Coach Jackie Hayes moves that the House do now adjourn to return at 1 a.m. in the morning. Is that correct? 1 a.m. Thursday, July 9th. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. House will stand adjourned for a moment.
So this is an unfolding story. We're told there will be a vote, another vote yet this evening. What the South Carolina House did was they adjourned and took a 2-minute adjournment and then came back in and started the next legislative day. Right now they're taking attendance. A bit earlier today, Politico reported the debate this way. On Tuesday, a South Carolina House member filed dozens of amendments, many of them outlandish, Politico's words, to a bill that would remove the flag from the State House grounds. Many of the amendment, which Politico has reviewed, appear to be designed simply as delaying tactics. House rules require 20 minutes of debate on each amendment or as protest. One amendment called for flying the American flag on the State House dome upside down. Another called for removing all monuments from the State House grounds. Still, others single out individual monuments, including an African-American history monument, a Spanish-American war monument, and a monument to law enforcement for removal. That, again, some of the coverage of this story from Politico today. We're going to take you back live now to the floor of the House of Representatives in the State House in Columbia, South Carolina, and watch a bit more of these developments tonight here on C-SPAN 3.
All right, pending question, third reading, Senate Bill 897. Roll call is required and ordered. We'll vote on the board. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 94 to 20, Senate Bill 897 receives third reading. That takes us to second reading. Oh, Mr. McEachern. Mr. McEachern moves to reconsider vote whereby the bill received for third reading and moves to table. Ms. Cobb Hunter moves to table his request. All in favor of tabling the motion to reconsider, say aye. And those opposed, the ayes have it. Motion to reconsider is tabled. We're on second reading, statewide uncontested bills. House Bill 3181.
House Bill 4381.
That's a joint resolution relating to the Confederate flag display at the Confederate Relic Room. All right, second reading, roll calls required in order. We'll vote on the board. Mr. Bingham asks if there are any objection to the bill. Unanimous consent. Do what? Oh, okay, I got to call. All right, time's expired. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 102 to 0, House Bill 4381 receives second reading. Mr. Bingham requests unanimous consent that the bill receive third reading tomorrow. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Bingham Ask that when the House adjourns, it adjourn to meet in local session on Friday, July 10th, 2015. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Grady Brown, the longest-serving member of this body, for what purpose you rise, sir?
Mr. Speaker, many of us will be going home. Many of us will be spending the night. For those of us on the road tonight, I would ask that we stand in a moment of silence and pray for God's traveling mercies.
Mr. Brown, I don't know if we can get a moment of silence, but I promise you I'll pray. Members, Mr. Brown has asked for a moment of silence for those on the road tonight, that the Lord provide us with traveling mercies as we make our way home. Amen. Mr. Brown moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.
So there you have it, adjourning with traveling mercies at about 16 minutes after 1 o'clock here in the East South. The South Carolina House of Representatives, by a vote of 94 to 20, concurring with that South Carolina Senate vote from yesterday, or from Tuesday, I should say, a vote of 36 to 3, and that means the Confederate battle flag bill has passed. South Carolina now goes to the desk of Governor Nikki Haley, who has said she will sign it. So supporters of that battle flag being removed from the State House grounds should expect, from our understanding, for that flag to come down fairly soon, somewhere perhaps before the weekend. This is C-SPAN 3, and you've been watching our live coverage throughout the day from Columbia, South Carolina.